Good morning, Commissioners. Chief Moore, Mr. T-Fank, Madam Secretary, Mr. City Attorney, and members of the public. Today is Tuesday, March 1st, 2022. It's 9:30 a.m. This is a special meeting of the Los Angeles Board of Police Commissioners. Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
Good morning, Commissioner Briggs,
Present.
Commissioner Decker,
Present.
Commissioner Bonner,
Here.
Commissioner Kalanche,
Here.
and Commissioner Sobroff.
Here.
Let the record reflect that we have a quorum. Also present, we have the Executive Director, the Chief of Police, the City Attorney, and the Inspector General to join us momentarily. Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. We welcome everyone this morning. All public comment will be heard during item 2 on the agenda. We will dedicate a total of 45 minutes to public comment. Members of the public will have 1 minute per agenda item for a maximum of 2 minutes total. At the request of the speaker will be given 1 additional minute for general public comment for a maximum of 3 minutes total. Members of the public who participate in public comment are reminded that they can speak to any item on the agenda or a matter within the jurisdiction of the Board of Police Commissioners. Public comment is your opportunity to address the board. So you are free to express your opinion on matters before the board and to generally express when you disagree with other opinions expressed. However, directing your comments to other individuals who have spoken or attacking others who have expressed their opinion shall be deemed off topic, and your public comment period will be concluded. Members of the public, if you choose to participate in the public comment portion of the agenda, you can participate in this meeting in one of a number of ways that are outlined on the agenda. Good morning. At this time, we're going to go to item 1 on the agenda, the report of the Chief of Police. Good morning, Chief Moore.
Good morning, Commission President Briggs, members of the Commission, Mr. T-Fank, Madam Secretary, the Inspector General, and our City Attorney. As I do each week, I'm going to speak about the COVID-19 update and impact on city and department operations, significant events, including a in-custody death that occurred during this reporting period, as well as our crime stats and personnel strength. Regarding the COVID update, we had, as the area and region has experienced, we have seen a sharp and dramatic drop in the number of new COVID cases. This last week, we had a total of 7 additional cases. As a reminder, just some 4 weeks ago, those numbers were in the 500 and 600 range of new COVID cases. The number of personnel that are at home recovering from COVID has also decreased. We now have 68 of our members that are recovering from COVID. 1 is hospitalized. It's a long-term hospitalization from the COVID virus. Of the 68 that are home, our average absence from work at this point has been reduced to 10 days, which again is showing the efforts of the Omicron virus has had a much lesser impact on the severity of the virus impacts on our employees. The new infection rate continues to be about 51% of those new cases are individuals that have been previously fully vaccinated. The other area I wish to report on 2 other areas. One is that our mobile vaccination process concluded this last Friday. We vaccinated a total of 29 additional members. 1 was a first dose, if you will, via the mobile vaccine process. In total, that means that the mobile vaccination process delivered 3,758 vaccinations. I am thankful to the Los Angeles Fire Department for their support, as well as personnel department and our own department resources that were geared for this process. The last item is during this reporting period, the department also modified its face covering requirements, and they are pursuant to the city's revisions for the city's workforce. They are slightly more restrictive than the city's requirements and pertain to face coverings are still required whether a person is vaccinated or not in all indoor settings, and also in vehicles as people, officers and personnel travel. However, those persons who are fully vaccinated in a public setting, outdoor setting, are not required to wear face coverings. Again, this is consistent with the city guidelines, except for instances in which they come in contact with the public. At that point, it's expected that they will don a face covering as required to ensure the safety of all involved. Next area I wish to transition to is significant events that happened this last reporting period. First, I want to talk about a number of events in relationship to Black History Month, which concluded yesterday. I'm proud of the work of a number of our organizational units, as well as our employee associated units that chose and capitalized on this past month to recognize advances as well as the challenges ahead to ensure that we have a workforce that is not just representative of the communities that we serve, but is inclusive and fair and equitable in a means of how it goes about its day-to-day operations. Last week, we had our African American Chief of Police Forum, as well as on Thursday, I attended the Building Blue Bridges De-Escalation Summit at Dorsey High School. That is a now nearly 3-year engagement partnership between the Building Blue Bridges organization, a community-based organization, with LA Unified School District, in this case, Dorsey High School, and Los Angeles police officers. And this was a culmination of a 3-month engagement with high school students that, utilizing a computer science modeling class, created virtual de-escalation vignettes. And using their relationship with police officers and understanding the concepts of de-escalation and our efforts to for reverence for life and to find means to avoid having to resort to force, these high school students then demonstrated those principles in a virtual reality, if you will, vignette or cartoon, for lack of a better description. I sat, as did Chief Leslie Ramirez from the Los Angeles Unified School District Police, and judged the winners, and it was a great afternoon to also take questions and answers from both the police and fire magnet programs that are at Dorsey High School. Additionally, on Saturday, I want to thank Commissioner Dale Bonner for attending with myself and a number of other senior members of the organization for the OJB Black Before Blue documentary series. That was a 30-minute documentary that was shown here at the police headquarters. The documentary was made up of 21 retired and active Black police officers and senior staff it talked about in their past their experiences with racism, discrimination, the obstacles that they overcame. Some of these retirees, including retired Chief Bernard Parks, Assistant Chief Ron Banks, Deputy Chiefs Maurice Moore, J.I. Davis, our own recently retired Regina Scott, talked about their decades of experience with the organization, both in their lived experience of discrimination, of times in which the segregation of this department would not allow Black and white officers to even work together, and to the point of where we've reached today. And while they've seen reforms and had a discussion that followed a panel discussion in the aftermath about the growth, they also recognize and challenge the next generation of LAPD, both present and future, to continue in the quest of ensuring equity and inclusion of all races, of all genders, of all identities here in the LAPD. Lastly, I'm going to move over to an in-custody death that occurred in the Pacific area of the department on the 16th of February at approximately 6:48 in the morning. This was reported at the Pacific Community Police Station. There, the day before, on the 15th at approximately 2:30 in the afternoon, Pacific Patrol officers conducted a stop on an arrestee in the area of Toller Avenue and Venice Boulevard. That arrestee was later identified as Robert Reed Berry, a male white, approximately 31 years of age. During the stop, Mr. Berry was arrested for having an outstanding felony warrant for vandalism. He was transported and booked into the Pacific Area Station Jail. Over the course of his arrest, there was no use of force. It was a straight arrest and processing at the jail, and he was placed in a cell where he was the only occupant within that cell. The following morning, on the 16th, at approximately 8:28 in the morning, the arrestee was discovered to be non-responsive by Pacific Area jail staff. Jail staff immediately began CPR efforts on Mr. Berry, as well as summoning a rescue ambulance, who responded and pronounced Mr. Berry deceased at the scene. Force investigation detectives respond to the scene and are conducting an in-custody death investigation. An autopsy will be conducted and will be included as part of the formal investigation on an effort to determine the cause of Mr. Berry's death. Family support unit has also been involved in this engagement to reach out to the arrestee's family and next of kin. Moving to the crime picture, we have continued to see a slight reduction in homicides this year versus last. That reduction amounts to a 16.9% reduction. That's 11 fewer homicides. The makeup of the fewer homicides involve both persons experiencing homelessness, fewer homicides, as well as gang-related or gang-involved homicides. Overall, the department still is challenged with the 3.5% increase in violent crime, particularly in the area of robberies and aggravated assaults. In the area of robberies, our most growing concern is in robberies that are occurring at commercial markets, mini markets, gas stations, and liquor stores. In that area of premise type, we've seen a 62% increase in the number of robberies involving those marketplaces. Additionally, 35% of our robberies today involve a firearm. And so our efforts continue to focus on those gun trafficking and those that are providing guns into the hands of individuals that are now committing these robberies in the street and in some of our commercial engagements, commercial locations. Additionally, we're researching to ensure that arrests that we're making for these gun-related robberies are receiving the full weight of the law in the sense of a robbery involving a firearm should involve a use of a gun enhancement as an added penalty and as an added deterrent to encourage people that are engaged in these types of thefts or robberies to not use weapons such as firearms, given the propensity for further violence and loss of life. Overall, our property crime has also increased 2.6%. We have seen a slight reduction in the number of burglary and theft from vehicles, but we've seen increases in our motor vehicle thefts at 4.3%. Overall burglaries at 3.1% increase, and personal thefts now stand at a 7.2% increase versus last year. In the area of personal thefts, there's still a substantial reduction from where we were 2 years ago. Again, we attribute this to an outgrowth of just the continuation of the COVID impact on retail sales and retail operations that has occurred during this last 2-year period. As I do each week, we did talk about, as I just spoke about, the in-custody death. That is the first one registered for this year. That is one this year. The number last year was 0. Our average is just is under 1. It's 0.50. In regards to officer-involved shootings, there were no officer-involved shootings during this reporting period. We have a total of 4 officer-involved shootings this year. The number in 2021 was also 4. 3 involved officer-involved shootings that involved a hit or strike, and 1 was a non-hit. There was 1 fatal officer-involved shooting this year. That number remains the same as it was last year, and these are both below the averages on our 4-year basis. Lastly, moving to our personnel strength. Year to date, we have 9,505 sworn personnel deployed, 2,685 civilian personnel. These are both below our goals, of our stated goals for the year. Year to date, I will report that we have hired 429 recruits into the academy over the course of 9 classes. 28% of those 120 are women. Challenges that we are having, however, is that the last 4 classes have all contained 40 or fewer recruits. We're in active conversations with the personnel department to increase the number of recruits that are being processed and qualified for entry into the academy. At this pace, we will significantly fall below our goal of 740 new hires for this year. These conversations will include myself in this coming week with the new personnel director or the new general manager at personnel department. The evaluation that we have at this point is that we do have sufficient number of applicants. It is the processing through the multi-step examination that throughput is frankly too slow and taking too long. So we're working with added personnel that have been loaned to personnel department, but I'll also work with the general manager to seek to identify additional ways in which to shorten the timeline from an applicant to a qualified recruit, a candidate in an academy seat. With that, that concludes my remarks, and I'm happy to take any comments or questions.
Are there any questions for the chief? Commissioner Soboroff.
Chief, you know, there's a lot of discussion about increasing the size of the police force, whether it's by 5,000 or 1,500 or by 200. What you're describing is a situation where we can't even maintain our existing number, where we have the money to maintain our existing number, but we can't recruit to maintain our existing number. What do we have to do to be able to use the resources that we have available to get to fill up
Right.
what our backlog is, and then what are we going to need to do to even add any? I mean, what's the response to all this? Well, we need 1,500 or we need 2,000. I mean, those are just numbers. How do we do it?
Well, the most pressing matter before us is to improve the quantity of qualified applicants who begin our academy. We have thousands of individuals who are applying to be members of this organization. And the key for me in our assessment and talking with our recruitment personnel is that we need to increase the velocity of the testing process so that a person who comes in and applies to be a member of this organization in the month of February is in a April or May class. I am firmly committed to believing that that is entirely possible, and that we will also in that process ensure that unqualified individuals, people who do not meet the stringent standards of being a member of this organization, will be identified and will be processed out of the process. So right now it's increasing the throughput. We have 33 of our members of this organization that are supporting the personnel department in this engagement. And that is a recent addition of additional officers and personnel to help them. And we're in daily conversations with efforts to ensure that we increase the number. And we believe that there's been some testing that has been held because of perhaps holidays or the impact of COVID that may be having impacts on some of the testing processes. But at this point, our recruitment numbers are at best will maintain attrition. As a reminder, this was a year that we were hoping to and looking and striving to move from a staffing level below 9,500 personnel, sworn personnel, to 9,705. That's why the goal of 740 recruits were needed. We will attrit approximately 500 personnel through retirements. And so
I'm sorry, go ahead.
So moving forward, the most immediate goal is to increase production of the applicant pool and to ensure that no qualified candidate is waiting to become a member of this organization. Secondly, we do also need to continue to stay focused on diversity, and because the diversity of our applicant pool, my most recent look, which was in the last couple of weeks, is that essentially is representative of the residential makeup of the city of Los Angeles. And what I mean by that is in the African American AAPI communities, essentially our recruitment numbers match the residential population proportionality. And obviously we want to see a higher proportion of our recruits that are African American, that are Asian Pacific Islander, and that are women. Now I am pleased with at least some maintenance of some proportionality in regards to women, representing 28% of our recruits. But as a reminder, our goal is 45%. If we're really to move the mark of the concentration and representation of women within the sworn ranks of this department. March begins the celebration of women in law enforcement and in a profession that historically has been male dominated. And I bring this topic up though so first is to work with the candidate pool that we have. Second is to stay focused and deepen our success in recruiting applicants that represent the diversity of Los Angeles and all.
Chief, let me ask you a really quick follow-up. If you ask all the applicants and people who we hire why they chose LAPD, we get all the answers. You get some very satisfying answers. But what are our headwinds? What are we up against? We only what is it? Only 10% of our officers happen to live in LA. They can't afford to live in LA. Are we paying enough? What are we up against when we're recruiting right now?
So this has been discussed previously, where I've currently challenged Captain Aaron McCraney to identify what are some incentives that we can do to attract and deepen the pool of applicants and ultimately recruits. What type of incentives, whether it be housing incentives, wage incentives, recruitment bonuses. We're seeing across American policing that it is a scarce labor market, and that most organizations, if not all, are experiencing challenges in recruitment, and particularly recruitment of a diverse workforce. So what I've asked is for the LA experience, what should we be pursuing over the coming months as an organization? And I'll be bringing that before this commission and working with, I'm sure, again, the mayor's office and our elected officials as we strive to, to ensure the appropriate staffing of the organization is achieved.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Commissioner Sobroff. Commissioner Decker.
Chief, just a question regarding the recruitment for this year. There's only 5 months left in this year. I understand you're trying to work with the personnel department to meet our goals, but in the 5 months, and assuming it takes a month to work things out, that leaves 4 months to fill the classes. Can we still meet the hiring goals in that limited period of time?
Well, no, we have at this point, it does not appear that we only really have 4 months, March, April, May, June. And so the next class that is scheduled to start in the middle of March, at this point, we have less than 30 applicants that we believe will be qualified. So as you know, once we announce a class, there's a 2-week period before they actually start the academy class. So right now we're looking at a very dismal number, which is why I'm escalating further the conversations with the personnel department relative to the throughput of our testing process, and to ensure that we're doing everything possible as a city to focus on the critical need for identifying qualified applicants. If the applicant pool was 0 and we had no one in the pipeline of testing, then it would be a bit of a different problem. But my primary issue right now is we have applicants that have passed significant segments of the testing process that I'm looking to understand how we can accelerate them, their remaining portions of the test, and for those that are qualified, get them into an academy class. As a reminder, some 6 months ago, we had 50 and 60 applicants, recruits in each of the academy classes. And historically, we have ran between 50 and 60 recruits in our academy classes each month. And so I believe that these are numbers that we should be able to achieve. And yet there's something in the process, or items that are in the process, that we need to address if we're going to change this course.
All right, thank you, Chief. But I just want to be clear, with our hiring goals for this fiscal year, even if the process is accelerated and even if each class is filled to the end of this fiscal year, we cannot meet the hiring goals. Is that correct?
At this point, I do not anticipate being able to hire 300 more personnel between now and July 1st, given the current velocity in the last 4 classes.
All right. Commissioner Griggs, I suggest this be something that the executive committee take up and see if we can assist in this process. Obviously, it's reached a highly critical point in the process.
Thank you, Commissioner Decker, and we will do so. Chief, I'll arrange a meeting with Captain McCraney and others about this issue, and folks in the mayor's office. Thank you. Are there any other questions for the chief from any of the other commissioners? Commissioner Bonner? Commissioner Clanche? Chief, thank you very much. At this time, we're going to go to the public comment period. Madam Secretary, would you please open it up?
Okay, our first speaker is Philip Tabby, followed by Zach Sherwin.
All items, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Thank you. It's no secret morale among the officers that make up the LAPD is down. It's also no secret that we have fewer officers today than we did yesterday. early retirements, seeking other departments, and officers' terminations for not wanting to follow tyrannical orders is weakening our public safety, and this commission will always be remembered for standing idle. Crime is rising at levels we thought we would never see again. We have the best trained and educated force in the country, and this city wants to take more tools away, such as pretext stops. Don't you realize taking them away is a significant public safety concern? This will be another blow to public safety by tying the hands of the officers or even wrongfully disciplining them with these racially charged allegations that could just end their careers. I hope you understand this pattern and can figure out yourselves, what will this do for morale? Whatever happened to law and order? You know, courts have established that pretext stops are legal and constitutional. Now I have a question. What happened to community policing? Because it's on the chopping block. Thanks to Chief Moore and Deputy Chief Ellen Hamilton. Soft on crime, Monica Rodriguez should not be influencing our chiefs on deployment or scheduling of officers. And the officer in particular, Senior Lead Officer Cesar Contreras, which I'm a stakeholder. I know Cesar well. He's a great guy, a great officer. There's no complaints. There's no disciplinary actions, not from Foothill, that's for sure. But he's going to make his public record and record public, and it's going to show there was no personnel issue. I'm calling for an internal affairs investigation to open up into this situation. The community is speaking loudly, and there's many letters. They've been delivered. They've been delivered to Chief Moore. They've been delivered to Chief Hamilton. It's been discussed, but they'd rather push it under the rug. So it's not going to be ignored. And shame on you. I can rest of my time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Zach Sherwin, followed by Hamid Khan.
Yes, I'd like to speak on Chief's report, item 2, and then I'd like to request that 1 additional minute for general public comment.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Okay, well, item 2 is the public comment period itself. So I only said that I wanted to speak on it to underscore how ridiculous it is that this is how public comment works. Just give everybody 3 minutes and let them not use what they don't want. Anyway, I want to start by congratulating Steve Soberoff for knowing so many numbers. He really threw a lot of them out there in his question to the chief. And Chief, congratulations on adding the word throughput to your lexicon. You used it at least 3 times during your comments, and your pride in it is evident. Speaking of Steve, why does he disappear every single time during public comment? Like, where is he right now? It's weird that at the paltry 3 minutes we get to address you, one of the 5 of you turns off his camera and isn't visible. And also that there's not an explanation. It's literally an example. And then when he does, he waves at a member of the community whose voice he is supposed to represent in police and affairs, like a sarcastic, nasty old Grinch. Like that. I take back the old part. It's the kind of ageism that I don't want to embody. And yeah, it's so bizarre that just happened. We're all just sitting here like one of the commissioners doesn't go off camera every time. And then when it's called out, he waves like an asshole. You're all okay with that? You're cool with a member of your board doing that? Commissioner Briggs, that's acceptable for you? Dag y'all. When are we going to start meeting in person again? California officials have said that masks are strongly recommended, but no longer required for unvaccinated individuals in indoor settings. We should be meeting again, and you should be opening up public comment more voluminously. We reject Chief Moore's proposal for using pretext stops in certain circumstances. It's supposed to restrict and limit the stops, but really it's just a smokescreen, a veneer of legitimacy for officers to continue their same abusive behavior under a new guise. I also want to voice my opposition to the grant that's on the agenda for the Smart Policing Initiative that funded Operation Laser. This new grant is just an attempt to do more of the same. We don't need this money to be going towards surveillance programs. We don't need it to be going towards hiring more cops. I'll yield the rest of my time to the meeting.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Hamid Khan, followed by Matios Kadane.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hi, yes, what items would you like to speak on?
All items, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Yeah, first of all, I just want to talk about the lament that we hear about the hiring process and the lack of people applying. I mean, nobody's speaking about that. People are recognizing the nature of this department and the murderous nature of this department and its actions. So, you know, people are, and it's as a result of the mass movements that have been exposing and really calling out the practices of violent policing, and people, rather than joining this thing, they are looking to defund and abolish police. So instead of just lamenting that we need to get more people in executive committee and all of that bullshit, the executive committee should be paying more attention as to what people are saying on the ground. Also want to speak about this whole facade of reform that has been presented in this whole context of pretextual stops. And I want to just read something from the report that we published in November of last year, Automating Banishment, the Surveillance and Policing of Looted Land, where we talked about that how reform is a process not just of expanding police, but also suppressing resistance. So this is how these kind of just trying to throw this smoke and mirror language in those pretextual stops that, well, gee, we're going to add up this articulable concern. Now we're going to raise it to reasonable suspicion. We've seen all of this thing before. We've seen how SAR has operated. We've seen how various other programs and this reform has been presented. So we completely reject any attempt to try to create this smoke and mirror environment by providing this whole, language that seems to be couched in the Constitution, and this is constitutionally correct. Yes, of course, for LAPD, murdering people is constitutionally correct. This is exactly what's been happening throughout that what we have seen. I also want to just look at it that how this whole idea of pretextual stops and the reform is also being pushed as a reform which is rooted in community policing. And we know, again, well, the report has lifted automating banishment and the surveillance and policing of looted land, that the overall objective of community policing is embedding police deep into the communities, where they recruit ambassadors and informants, collect data on neighborhood relationships, spread propaganda about their work, and offer resources that people have otherwise been denied. So that's really the offer resources that otherwise have been denied is a whole idea that how this whole kind of this benevolence side that, we're going to stop doing this thing. And lastly, I want to bring up again the Craig Uchida and Justice, Safety and Strategies and the Smart Policing Initiative, that what we saw that devastated lives as a result of Operation Laser, devastated lives as a result of chronic offender program. And this was the guy who equated the community members in South Central Los Angeles as tumors. They said that we will go with laser-like precision to remove tumors from the community. So that's where you are at.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Matios Kadane, followed by Steve Rogers.
Hello?
Hi, good morning. What items would you like to speak on?
All of them, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Yeah, the pretextual stop policy is an absolute sham. It does nothing to stop pretextual stops. It, in fact, tells officers how to enact these harms in a way that'll be deemed permissible. And what's interesting is the conversation around pretextual stops in this commission has been around the stupid mechanisms that allow police to make these stops. And absent has been conversation about the fact that Black people are five times more likely to be stopped. It's this inherent anti-Blackness that results in the trauma and disruption and deaths that pretextual stops enact. But this commission would rather split hairs about a meaningless policy. And let's not forget that pretextual stops are intended to gather information on individuals, when they're not killing those individuals. They wish to, they're gathering information on people they wish to criminalize. So what good is the sham of an oversight on pretextual stops when LAPD has social media scraping and data-driven policing models to gather information on not just individuals, but their entire network? And one of these data-driven policing models, like Hamid was just talking about, was Laser, which was created by Craig Uchida and JSS and the laser program was disbanded in 2019. And as Hamid was saying, Craig Uchida compared communities to tumors. And you might be wondering what communities Craig Uchida was talking about. Well, let's talk about the fact that laser started at 77th Division. So this is South Central LA. These are Black and brown communities. This entire model was inherently anti-Black. But just like the Smart Policing Initiative, just like these policies on pretextual stops, this is all the sham of reform, like Hamid was talking about. And this tactic of reform for the LAPD is just a cyclical weapon meant to mask the violence the LAPD continues to enact and also grow their resources. You can read more about this in our report, Automating Banishment, the Surveillance and Policing of Looted Lands at automatingbanishment.org. Stop limiting the time on public comment to 45 minutes. Resume in-person meetings. I yield the rest of my time.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Steve Rogers, followed by caller ending 3146.
Good morning.
Good morning. What items would you like to speak on?
1, 2, and 5E, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
1, to the chief's report. Chief, you mentioned only 7 new additional cases, and only half of them are of people who were unvaccinated. It's time to put the vaccine mandate to rest. It is illegal, it's immoral, and it's illogical. You have officers that are being disciplined for not disclosing their status. That's their right. It's time to put that to an end. The science doesn't back it up. And I've repeated this before. Let's go with the science. Half of those cases of people who were vaccinated, that means the vaccination, the so-called vaccination, is not working. And that's based on your information, sir, and your statistics. Regarding pretext stops, investigative stops, that's a foundation of good police work. There are many times when officers are looking for a particular suspect with some information, sometimes gathered from the public, crime info from detectives. They need to be able to conduct stops in order to apprehend criminals. That's what the LAPD and law enforcement is supposed to be doing. I hear a lot of talk here about political correctness and identity politics. I don't hear much talk about law and order and how to protect the public, improving communications with the public, actually implementing community policing. That's what really needs to happen. Regarding 5E, I think in principle, none of the police stations should be named after one particular individual. It becomes political, and who is to say which individual it should be named after? Obviously, the chief wants to name it Deputy Chief Margaret Ann York Station. That's a mouthful. It's Northeast Station, just like Central is Central. If you want to honor her, maybe you could have a room at the academy, a classroom named after her. But to name a police station after a particular individual, I think would set a bad precedent. So, excuse me. In terms of communication, the website needs to be updated with information. It continually is outdated. If you want to see, by the way, real policing and how great the LAPD was, take a look at the show Adam 12, produced by Jack Webb, great friend of the LAPD. And many things have changed, but many things have remained the same. And so LAPD, unfortunately, is declining in reputation. The best recruiters are your own officers, and they would not recruit. So, and also, we keep asking for statistics on crime. Who are committing the crimes based by demographics? If 70% of the stops are so-called Black and brown, which I reject that categorization, what about the crimes being committed? What's the percentage? You have to look at reality. Reality is reality. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have caller ending 3146, followed by Betty Lay.
Hi, good morning.
Hi, what items would you like to speak on?
Public input, chief, closed session, Burlington, things like that.
Okay, 3 minutes.
I think it's an awesome police department, and I think it has a lot of problems. And one of the problems, I believe, is still Special Order 40. Now, the LAPD doesn't agree that it had anything to do with Jamil Shaw Jr.'s death. So we probably won't agree there. One of the things that you're doing, the hurry up hires, lack of experience, haste makes waste. And I'm not sure that that's what's going to take place when we look at the officer. He'd been around a while at the Burlington, right? And higher command all of a sudden had to deal with what I think is like a discipline issue right in the middle of going in there, right? He's not taking orders. He's running in there. He has a good heart, right? He's trying to do something good. I get that part, but the girl has died, right? So this higher command has to account for this and can't all of a sudden, you know. So if training was what I want it to be, it still seems like this officer would have disregarded commands from higher rank. And I think that's a problem. That prosecuting officers isn't prosecuting the entire department. You see, it would be a myth that prosecuting officers who are out of policy sets a bad precedent towards the police. That would be a myth. That wouldn't be true. Not prosecuting officers, though, the few who truly distinguishing conduct that is out of policy, that has to be prosecuted. That's what a lot of us have said. Okay. In the awesomeness of the LAPD, I think you're dealing with sometimes, I've prayed to the Holy Ghost, that you're dealing with Black supremacy and Mexican supremacy. I think that's something that has been revealed to me. One of the things that I'd like to say about the commission still, it has a problem admitting there's an issue. You people have a problem admitting there's some problems and will not budge on getting to the root of the issue, where a change in criteria that is cited for why the LAPD pulls the gun, you haven't gotten to taking care of that. Let me say this again, it's very important. You will not budge on getting to the root of the issue of why they pull the gun. There has to be a change in the criteria that is cited for why police pull the gun. You haven't got to that. Some of my comments still doesn't change the fact that I support Black Lives Matter. I've seen them doing smash and grabs and shootings and killings. So Black Lives Matter still. It hurts to see that. That's got to change. Right? It's hard to see this. I love Black people so much. I'm a drummer, and I'm seeing them commit so much crime, and I'm like, man, what are they doing? Well, why would they bring that on them? I'm supposed to love these people.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Betty Lay, followed by Jason R.
Good morning.
Good morning. What items would you like to speak on?
The chief's report, a few of the agenda items and public comment, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Okay, first off, I want people to know that I do not work for LAPD. I am not getting paid by anybody. I support the chief's report. I really appreciate the COVID update. I appreciate the fact that now we can meet indoors with masks, outdoors without masks. For the agenda items, I support 4B, 4C, 4D, and 5A. LAPD needs this field resource. It's something that is extremely important to all LAPD officers. You drive behind somebody, you can't tell what race they are. Of course, you know me, I always say there's one race on this earth, it's the human race. And then with this bluestone again, it's corrupted. That's not fair. Officers have the right to be tested for free, and no officer, no civilian employee should have to lose their job over something that's not even right. I was surprised to hear that Regina Scott retired. I hope she enjoys her retirement. And I'm real excited about those in the academy coming forward. That's great, especially with 120 of them being women. again, I support LAPD. Everybody stay safe, stay healthy. I bid the rest of my time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Jason R, followed by T.
All of them, Becky.
Okay, 3 minutes.
All right, so let's start with 5A. Based on the 3 reports summarizing public comment on pretextual stops provided by Musty Mike, the public has clearly spoken against this new policy on pretextual stops. 19 were in favor and 100 were against it. That's 84% that condemned the policy, and this doesn't even include the folks who weren't able to email in time. Additionally, I'm sure you saw the massive rejection of this proposal in this week's emailed public comment. You received 47 emails this week, and each one rejected the proposal. We know that this policy spells out how officers can continue the same abusive behavior, and the community has spoken, reject the policy. Now, as Marseille Mike said, he was on the move visiting students at Dorsey High School last week. The LAPD shouldn't be in classrooms for anything, let alone something that relates to the murder of Black and brown people. The LAPD murder our children, or have you already forgotten about Valentina Oriana Peralta? This is especially egregious considering that Moore made his visit to a majority Black high school during Black History Month. Now, last meeting, my comrade Nee gave you a brief breakdown of the sexual assaults and misconduct by LAPD officers with cadets and other youth, and we don't even have enough time to list all the times that your officers have committed sexual violence against our children. So stay the fuck out of our schools. Now, this new inquiry report on the 27th San Pedro bombing says that personnel involved in this incident have remained on paid administrative leave or station duty status. Ozzie Houchins and Ramon Reyes are dead as a result of this bombing. And somehow we are now entering the 9th month that has passed since that bombing. And some of those who were responsible are on paid vacation living it up. It's fucked up. 4 things I'd like to speak on from last meeting's public comment period. Briggs, you confirmed my theory about waiting for 45 minutes to pass after the public comment period has started, as we heard your timer go off as you were transitioning to the next part of the agenda. Also, Briggs, you were unmuted when I gave my public comment last meeting, so we could hear you slithering in your seat. Have some respect for the people you're supposed to represent. I want to ask the commission why you give warnings to white people who violate your rules, but don't extend that courtesy to Black people. Gina name dropped the same CPAB co-chairs as I did during the last meeting, but was allowed to finish her comment with a warning from you, Briggs. When I had done the same the week prior, my comment was immediately shut down. Then you allow people on here to call Black people thugs and criminals. You allow people to call undocumented folks aliens and illegals, but take issue when we call out Sobroff for being a white supremacist. And lastly, I was able to audit last meeting's public comment period, and once again, you have provided proof that you stifle commentary from the public. Again, the public that you purport to be a voice for. There were 15 callers and the public was only given 40 minutes and 1 second, not the 45 minutes that you talk about. We demanded this commission resume in-person meetings immediately. Lastly, did Sobroff really said that officers can't afford to live in LA? What the fuck was that? And then lastly, Briggs, you donated $1,000 to Karen Bass, but didn't you hear yet? If she becomes mayor, she's replacing the whole commission. So you wasted your money trying to buy your way into remaining as president. Fuck y'all.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have T followed by Bill.
Hello,
Hi, what items would you like to speak on?
all of them.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Power and strength to all the families impacted by police murder still have not had any accountability. Over 650 over the last 7 years with zero accountability. So Chief Moore's idea of Black history is going into a predominantly Black high school, Dorsey High School, to have youth draw models on what de-escalation looks like. Now, first of all, stay out of our schools. You already traumatize, abuse, and harass our students. And they clearly don't want LAPD, LASPD in our schools. Students have voiced their opinion. They defunded $25 million just to let you know that they don't need you in their schools. They prefer mental health services, counselors, education, nurses, more books, services and programs, not police in schools. And the fact that you have to go to these youth to design de-escalation models should tell you a lot, because y'all don't know anything about de-escalation. Just ask Grishario Mack, whose death was found out of policy. Eric Rivera, who was walking with a fluorescent green gun, who y'all killed, shot within seconds, and ran over with a car. Ask Daniel Hernandez family that was in a car accident that just needed help that y'all shot. Kenneth Ross Jr. that y'all had to actually draw a bill. We had to have a bill to decertify police because of y'all's abuse, because you don't know how to de-escalate. Chief Moore, we can't call him a chief because it's an insult to indigenous people, admitted that his idea of diversity is in Black history is talking about Black officers, when he readily admitted that white and Black officers weren't allowed to work together because policing was found in slave catching and white supremacy. Even admitted male white domination in the foundation of policing, because y'all killed Black and brown people with zero accountability. No to pretext stops, no to grants for more surveillance or more cops. Sober off again, like my comrade said, yeah, officers can't even afford to live in LA. Meanwhile, Steve Sobroff has his pockets in big developers in the Weingart Foundation scandal. Nationwide police labor is scarce and low morale. I wonder why. Stop giving pigs time, our community public time that's already limited to 45 minutes in a city of 4 million. Defund and abolish the police. This is just a sham, this whole commission. Defund and abolish the police.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Bill, followed by Mona Sutton.
Hi, all items, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
In your recruiting efforts, I think it's kind of interesting that you're trying to figure out why you're having so much trouble attracting people and getting them in there. And I think morale is going to be a big issue for you. Somebody else mentioned your officers could be your best recruiting tool, but officers are leaving because of morale. Officers are not encouraging family members or friends to go and join the department because of morale. And you're really poised to make morale even worse with this pretext stop situation. The state of Virginia in 2020 put a moratorium almost identical to the LAPD's proposed policy on pretext stops. Well, the Virginia Pilot newspaper of February 26 has a story in now how crime is up, violent crime is up, traffic accidents and collisions and injuries are up. So now the state of Virginia is putting law into place to undo what they did in 2020. So when we've seen proof that it doesn't work, why on earth would you go and do this thing again? News story last night had an article about a deadly hit and run downtown looking for the car. Well, good luck looking for a car if you don't have a license plate, because under this policy, you can drive without a license plate and you won't get stopped. It's not a problem. You can drive without your headlights on up and down a neighborhood, looking to prowl around and break into things. Not a problem. You won't get stopped. It's an incredible attack on public safety. If you think crime is bad now, if you're not allowed to pull people over for doing anything, you might as well keep a fully armed AK-47 in the backseat of your car, because if somebody pisses you off, you can take it out and blow them away, but you won't get pulled over for anything else, and then you won't get arrested for having the gun. It's a real mess. Also like to comment on the bomb squad report. It's amazing that the LAPD, with the billions of dollars spent, can't afford a $10 scale to weigh stuff before you put it into a total containment vessel and blow it up. Absolutely unbelievable. You guys have got to stop this macho attitude that we can just wing it, we'll fly it, we've done it before, we've done it again, and it came up and it bit you hard in the ass. My time with the Navy showed me that the captain of the ship was always responsible. If somebody else was the officer of the deck and rammed it into an iceberg, the captain would be in there in the court-martial process as well. LAPD needs to say that the problem with the bomb squad thing was not just the people standing on that street that particular day. It's a chain of command that caused this sort of situation to go. We'll just wing it, we'll just put it together and see what happens. And it's unbelievable that people could not be using a simple scale to do this. Again, morale is a big issue. Deal with it. Take a survey of the officers, see what's wrong. If you get officers that are happy, you'll have officers not quitting, and you won't have the amazing needs you have to replace them. You'll also have officers serving as your own recruiters. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Mona Sutton, followed by Baba Akili.
Good morning, commissioners. Good morning, Chief Moore. As I listened this morning to all the comments, I want to say that on behalf of commenting for many people in the South Bureau, as I'm the representative for the Community Police Advisory Board to the Bureau, as well as the Harbor area, there are tens of thousands of us in our areas that want to be safe. I'm here to ask you that you do not vote to limit the use of pretextual stops. Please do not consider limiting the use of this. The argument that it is not effective and that this policy has undermined the public trust in the police, in most of us, the majority of us believe that this is this completely false. In an era where many Angelenos continue to hear the new culture of the Los Angeles Police Department out on patrol with our brave officers saying, I can't. We need to continue to support you and the commission and Chief Moore to not further the policy of defunding the police. This unfortunately has solved nothing. It also did not fund a very important community safety partnership program to be expanded throughout the city of Los Angeles into other areas, including the Harbor area that does suffer from lots of gun violence as well as lots of gang violence as well. So I'm here to ask you again to please do not limit this very important use of pretextual stops. When I tell you how many of us want to be safe, we want to continue to back our officers all over the city of Los Angeles. We are very, very concerned about the morale of our officers. We're also concerned about your inability to hire as many officers and really good officers and have good candidates moving into the academy. We'd like to see the expansion of community safety partnership and more funding go in that direction. We have really the best and the brightest senior lead officers in the Harbor area, but we need more. We need more of them, and we also need more funding for promotions. Please continue to build public trust in being the voice of the culture of what you can do versus what you cannot do. And our officers are really having an awfully hard time of being able to say that to stakeholders. Here's what we can do, folks. Thank you. I yield the rest of my time back, and please do not vote for pretextual stops.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Baba Akili, followed by Larry Hanna.
The chief report and items A and B.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Yes, you can't just indiscriminately kill us because we are Black. That's what you can't do. The fact that the police ignored repeated warnings about the bombing, and what to do is an indication of poor leadership and poor command on site. And that there has been no real accountability is an example of why people don't trust, support LAPD. So as you all talk and talk this happy talk about what you are proposing to do, start with accountability, start with holding officers accountable. And I'm urging the commission to reject the proposed pretextual stop policies because it claims to restrict or limit these stops, but the policy fails to spell out how officers can continue to use the same abusive behavior that they have been using. It's the same song with a different melody. And your own data says that it has been racist. It has been Black people and brown people who are disproportionately stopped, disproportionately guns pulled on, disproportionately killed, like in the case of Keith Bursey. So the stops, first of all, you have even said are ineffectual. So they are ineffectual and racist. and we want them stopped altogether. And for those good people who believe that somehow or another this impacts or will help with reducing crime, there's absolutely no evidence of that. And even your own data shows that. So these pretextual stops are basically pretextual stop and frisk that have been ruled clearly ineffective and out of policy. So don't support this proposal. We call for an end to all the stops. And I said this last week, Ezel Ford would be alive if you all had left him alone and you had no reason to stop him. So the other thing is this 45 minutes, and I appreciate Jason's being willing to actually time us, is not real public comment. It's not real public input. It is a way for you all to contain public comment so that you don't spend more time listening to us, but instead, passing back and forth information about what's going on. And you can't recruit people to a failed organization. That's why you're having a problem. I yield the rest of my time.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Larry Hanna, followed by Kim. Larry, you're on. Okay, we'll move on to the next caller. Kim?
Can you hear me?
Hi, yes. What items would you like to speak on?
All of them.
Okay, 3 minutes.
First off, I'd like to know, people were bringing up the horrific explosion in the South Central neighborhood. Have any of those people been made whole? I mean, I haven't been on here for a while, but are they still not back in their homes? Because that's the last I heard. This was a mistake, a careless error that had a lot of huge consequences for people in the community. They have not been, as far as I know, they still have not been made whole, and nobody's been held accountable. I mean, this is completely unacceptable and an example of the poor leadership of Moore. I'm not going to call him chief because, as T said, that's an insult to the indigenous community. The fact of the matter is the pretextual stops are racist. That's the facts. The numbers say that proportionate to our population, Black people are stopped more than white people. It is not a way to make anyone feel safe. It's just not. Black people make up 9% of the city population, yet make up 27% of LAPD stops in 2019, while white people that are 29% of the population only make up 8% of the stops. There is not a policy that's going to do anything except to give guidelines on how the officers can continue to racially profile, period. The other issue is everybody's opening up. Everybody, now we don't even have to wear masks inside. So what is your reason for not allowing us to be there in person? The fact that we are still stuck with this 45-minute ridiculous timeline when we have a huge city, and then we're not even being allowed to be heard. I mean, it's just not, this is, I don't know how you guys are getting away with doing this in a city like this. It's clear that you don't want to hear from us because we're telling you how we feel. We are telling you our money that we pay to the city goes to pay for everything you guys do. And we should have a say. You should listen to what we are telling you. And what we're telling you is that the police do not make us feel safe. More police do not make us feel safe. Over policing Black and brown areas do not make us feel safe. And there's no more crime in Black and brown areas. Go to the white neighborhoods, police there, over police there, and you'll find crime too, but you don't. And I'm tired of that. And the other issue is that why is it that we associate policing with safety? Why? It's been proven that.
Okay, thank you. We'll try Larry Hanna again. Larry, you're on. Okay, we'll move on. To Javier, followed by Blue. Javier, you're on.
Yes, thank you very much. Good morning.
What
Good morning.
item would you like to speak on?
Yeah, I want to speak specifically on the one about further training needed for the officers of the field, and the commissioners being asked to once again. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me?
Yes,
Okay.
go ahead.
Yeah, I hit the unmute button twice, and okay. I know that there's been discussion about adding additional regulations about how officers make stops, and that they cannot rely just on their instincts, on their hunches. And with all due respect, you cannot legislate instincts and training. You can address bad, lazy, sloppy policing, and that's why we have field supervisors like senior leads and sergeants and lieutenants. But most of you have done a few ride-alongs with the senior lead or a sergeant, and you've seen activity in the field. But I spent years as a police reporter riding the back seat of police cars all over the city, and watching officers use their hunches, their instincts, to legally stop drivers who acted, hinky, crazy, kind of strange, whatever, and turned out to be that they were wanted or had warrants or they had committed crimes that were discovered during the arrest process. And so our officers are the best trained, supervised, and intelligent officers, I think, in the entire country. And that's a fact. But I've also done dozens and dozens of boards of rights, working with the police commission, also discipline cases. And I know the difference between a legitimate hunch, an officer's experience, and a bad stop or a violation of rules of training. But you cannot prejudge or legislate that via Zoom calls or a couple of ride-alongs, or because of chronic anti-policing statements that are made here week after week by enemies of the LAPD who don't like the department. They dominate these meetings every single week. They're constantly attacking the department. So yes, some officers go rogue sometimes, but you cannot and must not handcuff our officers because of the sins of the few. And I ask you to reconsider. You don't have to take a vote today. You got to get more input on how the officers should be dealt with reasonably, and let them use their instincts for which they were trained, for which they were hired, and not cave in to all of these people just complaining because that's what they do. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Blue, followed by Audrey.
Madam Secretary, Blue is the last call. I have 45-minute time limit. Thank you.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes. What items would you like to speak on?
All items, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you for the time. Commissioners, good morning. Chief Morris, thank you for your time. I appreciate it, and we appreciate the platform every week. 45 minutes is plenty of time. I see that a lot of people have yielded their time. So, we listen to, the disturbing, calls every week, and sometimes, the false narratives and the statements that aren't true, which I always say could be dangerous for the community and the police officers. With that said, we do support pretextual stops. I mean, many of these stops, the outcome has been positive for the neighborhoods as well as the community members, with what some of these police officers find in cars, that obviously, from guns to assault rifles to to drugs and so forth. So, our communities, we do support them. And no, as people have indicated, no, I am not a police officer. We are not police officers, but we call in because we care about our community and we care about our law enforcement. Yes, you can do both. If I were a police officer, though, I'd be very proud to be one, and I do it with pride and honor. So, for someone to say stop having the pigs and the police call in, well, I'm not, but I would be proud if I were, and hold that with lots of pride. I'm happy to hear that we're going to have youth cadets, and it's unfortunate that we're not going to meet the goal by a few months, only because violence is soaring in our neighborhoods. No, violence is not decreasing. Violence is actually going up, and it's very, very concerning. I mean, living in the city and in the community, we do appreciate our police officers in our community. We do feel safe when we actually see police officers in our streets and our community. So speaking on behalf of the community members, the truth is we like the officers in our community, and we encourage and want to keep that going forward. We appreciate the positive interactions with our school kids, and the Rams Watts football team. How amazing was that? We thank LAPD for starting that program and working with the Rams and having these young, proud little boys and girls actually go to the Super Bowl. So that was positive, and it was nice to see that. Regarding, the fireworks situation, it's unfortunate that all fingers and blame is pointed at LAPD. I can guarantee you not one person would know the name of the actual suspect who housed these thousands and thousands and thousands of pounds of fireworks in his garage, because we seem to always shift the blame on the police officers who are trying to do good. Thank you for the time.
Thank you. That ends the period of public comment. At this time, we're going to go to item 3 on the agenda, AB 361. I move that the board find that the COVID state of emergency remains active and state and local officials have imposed or recommended risk reduction measures, that as of February 22nd, 2022, the Los Angeles County Department of Health order of the health officer states that the county transmission rate remains high, and that on January 7, 2022, the city council found that the state of emergency directly impacts the ability of all city Brown Act bodies to meet safely in person, that in accordance with AB 361, that this Brown Act body has reconsidered the circumstances of the state of emergency, and that the state of emergency continues to present imminent risk to the health and safety of attendees and continues to directly impact the ability of the board members to meet safely in person. Is there a second? Motion's been made and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Wait, excuse me. Wait, I got a question. I might.
Who's
question.
talking? Oh, it's Commissioner Bonner.
Yeah. The question is, I know there was earlier, or at some point last year, I believe it was, there was, and this may be addressing this also to the executive director, because I know there was a number of efforts being made to check equipment and technology and things in order to start to lay the groundwork for a return to the in-person meetings. And the question in terms of this determination is just what is the process that is being followed in terms of keeping an eye on the underlying facts, if you will, and being ready to propose some sort of shift when that's acceptable.
So Commissioner Bonner, presently we have a motion that's been made and seconded, and I'm going to defer to the city attorney whether or not, since he's corrected me before on this issue, can we respond? Can Mr. Tiefank respond to you at this time? Mr. City Attorney?
Yes, he can respond.
Thank you. Mr. Tiefank.
Sure. We're following the guidance of the LA County Health Department and the City Council. At this point in time, the City Council has not resumed in-person public meetings. The City Council, effective, I believe it was last Friday, if I'm not mistaken, is convening their council meetings in person with the council members and their staff, but they are still doing them telecommuting with people calling in via Zoom. We're following that lead at this point in time. Our room for technology purposes has been updated. We will have the ability, once we get back in the room, to integrate Zoom into the room along with phone calls into the room, as well as channel 35, which is a tape delay, since our meetings are taped and shown during the same time. I'm sorry, excuse me, they're taped at the same time council meeting is going on. So council meeting is live, our meetings are taped. But we have the technology in place, and we will be ready to go once the county health authority and the city council approve going back in person with individuals in the room.
Okay, so to clarify, so we're deferring essentially to the city council. And again, the reason what I'm trying to determine is, it's one thing for me to make a determination as I'm prepared to today. But if you're also saying that at one level, we're really deferring to the city council, so as soon as they go live, we're going live, it's a slightly different approach is what I'm noting. So that's really just the question is, are we just—
If I could respond to that, Commissioner. No, we're being guided by City Council because they basically sit where we sit with respect to whether or not there are any risks going back in person. So we do look at everything. We look at the state legislation. We look at what the governor has done. We look at what the county health officer orders have indicated with regard to transmission rates, as well as any other information that we have relative to going back in person. And so the city council is an important component, but it is not directing this commission to do anything. It's simply providing guidance based on what they're doing.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. So there's a motion pending. All in favor, say aye.
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 Motion carries. Thank you. At this time, we're going to go to item 4 on the agenda, the consent agenda items. Are there any questions about any items A, B, C, D, E?
Mr. President, if I may, on item 4E, there is a correction. It is service area 10, not service area 12. So that correction could be made on the report.
So noted. If there is no questions concerning any of these items, and with that correction, I move that we adopt or we recommend the approval of all the items on the consent agenda items. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
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 Motion carries. Thank you. At this time, we're going to go to item 5 of the regular agenda items. I want to note that we will be continuing item 5D, which is the department's report relative to on our model of crisis response to a future meeting, which will be noted to the public at the time that it is scheduled. Thank you. At this time, we're going to go to item 5A, which is the department's report relative to limitation on the use of pretextual stops. Joining us today, in addition to Director Rhodes, I believe we have Council Member Marquise Harris Dawson, who will be joining us. Mr. Tufan, can you have them call the council member up?
Madam Secretary, can you locate the councilman on the queue?
Good morning, Council Member Harris Dawson.
Good
Welcome
morning,
Commissioner. Welcome to the Board of Police Commissioners. And Director Rhodes, are you there?
I am.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning to you too. We're going to start off this morning with respect to our discussion on pretextual stops with Council Member Harris Dawson wanted to join us and wanted to say a few words. So Council Member, the floor is yours, as they say.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Briggs, and thank you to all the members of the commission, the chief, and all the team that's joined us today. I just popped out of the city council meeting, which is still going on. We're actually confirming the first woman fire chief in the history of the city while I'm here talking. But I wanted to come and applaud the commission and applaud the chief for keeping the Los Angeles Police Department at the forefront of reform in the United States with regard to many of the challenges that many of us face as it relates to policing. The issue of pretextual stops, as many of you know, is one of the more controversial issues. Many of the big events that we think about historically began with a traffic stop. Sometimes that stop was a pretextual stop. Other times it was a stop more connected to public safety. But the measure that's before you today and the measure that's before the department, we believe is a huge step in the right direction. There is the cost that the city pays when we do tens of thousands of stops and get no result. And that's financial. That can be quantified. The money is replaceable. You can figure that out. What you can't replace is the extent to which trust, which I appreciate that the chief puts at the forefront, the extent to which trust can be so easily degraded when a person is stopped and they can't figure out why they were stopped, or the reason that they were given just doesn't add up for them. And so I think I don't know of an African-American male driver. I know of very few Latino male drivers who don't have a half dozen stories about, oh, I was driving in this neighborhood or that neighborhood, and the police stopped me and said I didn't hit my brake lights, or my brake lights didn't come on when I stopped, and wanted to look through my car and ask me a million questions about this or that. And it's clear to them, or at least it leaves the impression that I'm an individual in this space, and for some reason, this officer has decided that I'm suspicious. But there isn't even a conversation oftentimes about the nature of the suspicion. So the officer doesn't say, oh, well, there was a robbery with somebody who had a car just like yours, or, you know, this happened, or we're looking for, this is the particular situation, or this is the public safety hazard that you are creating with your broken taillights or your, or any other vehicle code violation. And so again, what's before you today, as I've seen it, I think is a big step in the right direction. I look forward to working with you all to publicize this in the community so that folks know that their department is hearing from the community and responding in a way that, again, prioritizes our safety, focuses our resources on the most risky situations and the situations that present a very real and are a very real and articulable public safety threat to all of us. And it cuts out a lot of the other activity that so many of us have grown up with and has been a part of our lives. And so I think, again, this is a big step in building the kind of trust, respect, and eventually admiration for our police department in all communities in the city of Los Angeles. And so with that, I'll thank you, Commissioner, for allowing me to be a part of the conversation.
Thank you, Council Member. We appreciate your words. At this time, I'd like to turn it over to Director Rhodes.
Thank you, Commissioner, and thank you, Council Member. I am back here today on March 1st, having first come before this commission on this policy 1 month ago on February 1st. The purpose of my presentation today is to return to the policy after a period of comment. I'd like to briefly discuss the genesis of this policy, discuss the changes that have been made because of public comment, and the the number of avenues that we received public comment, and then finally to answer any questions. So with that, I'll begin very briefly with the genesis, and I think the council member has already sort of highlighted this, but there were two reports that this commission received in October of 2020. That is the IG's report and the report from the Cal Policy Lab that looked at the data that this department collects and is required to collect under the California RIPA Act. Both of those were based on 2019 data. Additionally, the department and at least the executive committee of this commission looked at the California RIPA Board's 2020 annual report, and that was based on 2018 data. It became important, and all of those reports noted that there was a disparity in the stops, but the reason for the disparity was unclear. And that is because data can provide the what happened, but not the why. The state California RIPA Board discussed the need and in fact, in pleading for more resources for law enforcement, indicated that there is a need to collect data, but also to further refine the collection system, to review and revise policies related to the data, that would be stops, and to make other personnel, supervisor, or training changes as necessary. The OIG also gave specific recommendations. Most relevant to this presentation are the three that require us to focus on policies on violations directly related to public safety, consider the effects of crime-fighting strategies on community trust and legitimacy, and limit pretext stops and focus strategies or refocus strategies on addressing violent crime. So we have done that through looking, step one, and Captain Ramos spoke to you last month. Step one was to get our data in order so that we could have some confidence in it, but also to see where the holes in that data were. We have identified issues with the data, including the fact that the state asks us to collect either traffic violations or investigatory stops. There is, in some ways, you could say, a hybrid of that, which is the pretext stop, which is defined in the policy. Step two is to look at this policy. And I'm going to now share my screen to talk about both the policy and the changes that we made in the policy pursuant to public comment. So let me here talk about our policy. It is a short but important policy.
Director Rose, you haven't shared your screen if you had intended to do so.
Okay, hold on a second. Still not.
There it is.
Okay.
I think we can all see it now.
I apologize. So thank you for indulging that moment. So the policy is short, as I've said before, and it remains approximately 2 pages as it did on February 1st. I'm going to go over just some of the changes that were made based on the period of public comment. I'd like to remind this commission that the period of public comment was open from February 1st to February 15th. We looked at all comment that came in directly to the email that was set up by the department, as well as any other comment that came in directly to the commission and was forwarded to us or to the chief. And with that, we presented that public comment to the commissioners and publicly, and we made the following changes. Change number 1 is in the preamble, and that is it ties more closely, and this is something the council member was talking about, the relationship between the reaction to a stop and the belief or perception that the stop is biased, racially motivated, or unfair. So we did have two sentences, which you can see, and we've combined them to link more closely that stops can subject motorists and pedestrians to inconvenience, confusion, and anxiety, and strain relationships between law enforcement and the community because some members of the community perceive stops as biased, racially motivated, or unfair. And those changes were made based on some of the comments we received in all the forums. The second change we made was to the first note. That note said, and was repeated later, that the reason for all stop citations and warnings should be articulated on body-worn video, which should include an officer's response to any questions posed by the individual stop. What we made clear was that the public safety reason should be articulated, and then the note was more specific so that the note related directly to traffic and pedestrian stops, which require a public safety reason. Similarly, we changed the note under pretext so that the reason for all pretext stops and the citations and warnings resulting from them should also be articulated on body-worn video. So while the notes previously were exact duplicates of each other, these now are specific to each individual portion of the policy. And then finally, we added the last note about failure to articulate the information will result in what is already true and is largely repetitive, which is progressive discipline. So those are the changes we made. I now just want to reiterate what I did on February 1st, and that is that the Los Angeles Police Department is committed to proactive policing through public collaboration, trust, and transparency. This policy is the middle ground. It is nuanced, and where we hone in on public safety and respect for all members of our community. We want proactive, practical, and positive policing where community members understand why they were stopped. This asks for our officers to articulate information that they have if it is a pretext stop. And in that way, we will not have just the data, but we will have the why stops are made, because in the absence of those articulable facts or articulable information, the data is without narration, and people supply their own narrative. In this way, the policy is incredibly helpful to both the community and the department. And for that reason, based on the public comment, we've made some changes, but would ask you to go forward with this policy.
Thank you, Director Rhodes. At this time, I want to open it up for questions for Director Rhodes. I'm going to go around and ask each commissioner. Commissioner Bonner, do you have any questions for Director Rhodes?
I have a couple of questions. One may be for Director Rhodes, one may be for the IG, but one was just to, why don't I just go ahead and mention them, and then you can respond as you would. The one is to recap the findings on the effectiveness of the prior policy. So there's, some of the public information that's come in is suggesting that this was a key tool in recapturing a significant number of guns and violations and things. So it'd be helpful to understand what the IG's finding was in that regard. Also, wanting to understand what the rollout strategy would be. The other question, just as at least as I've seen some of the public comment and others, is it's kind of, he said, she said, which means that, some people think you're prohibiting all stops. Some people think you're not doing anything. And there's a lot of that confusion, which is fine for in some context, but with regard to the officers themselves, it'd be helpful to understand what is the risk of that kind of confusion in the workforce and how the rollout strategy would be designed to address that.
So in the first instance, I'm going to ask the Inspector General to address that question. And the second question, I'll ask Director Rose to address that.
Sure. Thank you, Commissioner. And just so you know, I've asked for Assistant Inspector General Camille Naguib to be joined in the discussion, as she was the lead on our project on the stops in 2020, in case there's any further questions that she can assist with. But to try to answer your question, Commissioner Bonner, what we found, in addition to the pretty substantial disparate racial disparities and stops that are being conducted by the department, many of which were indeed pretextual stops, was that a fairly small number of them yielded evidence of serious crimes or ended up resulting in any kind of arrest. And so on that end, we did not see sort of that benefit or gain. On the other end, we did see pretty stark racial disparities when we looked at stops in 2019.
Thank you.
So as a couple of things, Commissioner. First of all, the data and the RIPA board doesn't ask whether or not a stop was pretextual or not. And we didn't have any requirement that officers articulate what they were looking at. So this policy should help us improve our data. Second of all, as to the rollout, we have a fairly substantial, we have looked at this because there has been a fairly substantial, as you put it, he said, she said. But we do believe this policy is balanced and that will take some amount of training. What we intend to do is multifaceted. We will have the chief who has recorded a video message, and that will go out about the policy. There will also be a sort of a scenario-based volt unit training in which stops are portrayed on video so that, and then a discussion is had between officers about what the policy requires and doesn't require. We then have a train the trainer component in which I and folks from my office, the Office of Constitutional Policing and Policy, will be going out to train the training coordinators in each division, as well as we'll be talking to our auditors, and we will hope to train some watch commanders so that that training can go out and be disseminated broadly. We will also train the subject matter experts at the academy who teach law to new recruits. We have been working with the training department and taking some suggestions about a follow-up to the original boat training, which we will have to construct. And then, as is indicated in the policy, to the extent that there isn't, that it doesn't fully land on each person's understanding, we will do counseling and retraining. So in that way, it's audio, it's video, it's in person. There'll be a short exam at the end of the video and any retraining necessary.
Appreciate that. Just one comment and one other question. This is probably for the chief, but the comment would be one thing I would think we might consider for today, if there's a inclination to go forward, would be to try to capture some summary of what Director Rose just indicated relative to the rollout and include our action with a request for just to come back, say in 90 days with a report of some kind as to what that, how that rollout is going, or as to how much has been achieved. In other words, so that we don't have some risk that we come back next year and find out that you wanted to do all this training, but there was some reason why it hasn't been done, or it's only been done with a few of the divisions. That'd be one thought. And Chief, along those lines, the question just for you is how do you envision assessing the impact, and also what would cause you to rethink or reconsider some change to the policy if based on what you might be finding.
Thank you. So absolutely, we can come back in 90 days and certainly shorter than that to give you a bullet list of the actual steps, whether it be the first orientation by a chief's message, as well as the more formal discussion with the training plan, the delivery scheme identified by Training Bureau for our in-service training, our existing personnel, as well as the key is that we'll be discussing this and providing training and to ensure a transfer of knowledge and understanding and appreciation of what this policy is and importantly what it is not, with our command officers and supervisors, as well as our field training officers. This policy is a policy that, as the critics on all sides have pointed out, enables and prohibits. Now, depending on where people are at on their viewpoints of this, they're critical that it provides for too much discretion, and others it doesn't provide enough discretion. We believe that it strikes a necessary balance of the role of officers as they go about patrolling areas and conducting themselves in a proactive manner, looking and understanding how conduct of pedestrians, motorists on the street equate to potential criminal conduct that is either in ongoing, just occurred, or about to occur. And at the same time, strikes a balance that absent additional information, that minor equipment violations that are inconsequential should not be the sole basis for a stop. And the discussion point of that is to discuss with supervisors and line officers, this is what this means in practice. And as we have those discussions, to hear their concerns. I've heard clearly members of this organization who believe that this policy will stop us from identifying those responsible for violent crime, for stopping us from identifying those that are carrying weapons, firearms, engaged in street violence. I firmly believe that that is not the case. I believe that with further conversation and discussions and examples and bringing this to life, that we can meet and satisfy those concerns. At the same time, for the community members who believe that they're being stopped or their encounters with police are frequent and unjustified, this policy identifies that rather than in the past that being a simple traffic stop without further explanation, that an officer who's conducting a stop for a person with a window obstruction, such as a air freshener, that does not pose a significant public safety risk, that the officer's articulation will have to include what additional information is there that would allow that violation to be a reason for suspicious activities, for something that the officers were going to explore. And also ensuring that the duration of the stop is based on the initial violation, that it doesn't extend. And this articulation and memorializing this in this process, then I look to as a chief and as an organization for us to begin to look at the individual profile sheets across the 21 areas to see how does this impact, if at all, some of the ratios that we're seeing as to the reason people are stopped, the ethnic breakup of those stops, and what the outcomes are. And this is going to be a process that's over time. Now there'll be, this is an organization that this will take some time, some months for us to ensure that entirety of the organization, particularly the field force, understands what this policy allows for and what it doesn't. I do not want to rush this in and say it's effective tomorrow and have mass confusion, and nor am I suggesting anyone has that viewpoint. But to your point, I think we'll learn as we go. Director Rhodes has already spoken with a number of officers to hear their concerns and to address those concerns. And the outcomes have been, we believe, has met and satisfied the needs that this allows officers to continue to proactively work in our streets for the safety of all involved, while at the same time prevent the unnecessary or unproductive stop of individuals for minor inconsequential violations without further information about the justification for such a stop.
Thank you very much, Chief. I appreciate the comments, and I would just defer to you or my colleagues as to whether we ask for that the comment on the rollout and what that time period is. But I certainly think it should be in the mix. So Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bonner. Commissioner Clanche, do you have any questions or comments?
I do, briefly. Just to be clear, does this prevent police officers from making stops?
No, nothing in this prevents stops. What it does do, and I appreciate the caller who talked about what officers can do. Officers can make stops for any violation that significantly impacts public safety. Moreover, officers can make pretextual stops based on a traffic violation when they have some articulable information which is less than reasonable suspicion. Both of those things can and should happen under this policy.
Okay, so there's still opportunity for intelligence that officers may have that can inform a stop for that could be a public safety concern or issue, right? Does that make sense?
So yes, so for a public safety concern or issue, for instance, the caller who talked about driving with your lights off at night, that would be a public safety concern. Moreover, for pretext stops, and I'll point you to the second note on page 2, which I think specifically addresses your question, and it says an officer's training, experience, and expertise may be used in articulating the additional information the officers use to initiate the stop. So it is both concrete information and training and experience, both or either could be used in order to effectuate a stop.
So we still can do police work, basically.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. The other question, I actually appreciate the taking the time to kind of see what the rollout, what data we can get from the rollout. I would like to see, and I think Commissioner Bonner or Chief mentioned like 3 months, 6 months, kind of report back to see if in fact either the rollout, how the rollout's going, but also like what data were collected. I really appreciate having something like that before the commission.
So we can absolutely do it at whatever time period the commission wants and however often the commission wants. We have been working to make sure that there is training on or before July 1st. So I might suggest either right before or after that, but should the commission want more frequent updates prior to that and certainly subsequent to that, either myself or Training Bureau, I'm sure, would be happy to provide the commission with those updates.
Okay, great. That's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner Clanche. Commissioner Soboroff.
Yeah, thank you. I looked at both sides of this issue. I looked at the emails, the social media, the press releases, and most said it's too much, too little. Most said there's no middle ground. Most said it's all or nothing. A lot of them had name calling. A lot of them had exaggerations. A lot of them had criticism without solutions and just political sound bites. And as I looked, and this is something I guess we all learn to do, you look at that both sides have valid points, but neither side by itself leads to community policing reform, progress. Neither side by itself leads to trust and ultimately a safer LA. This policy does. It's data-driven. It's a middle ground. It's a valid start. And like the chief said, it's in pencil, not stone. It can and will evolve just like the body camera policy did. And I'm going to vote for it. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Commissioner Soboroff. Commissioner Decker.
Thank you, Commissioner Briggs. Thanks to the department for the presentations both today and last month. Thanks to the members of the public who submitted public comment, and thanks to the Inspector General for all of their hard work on this issue. I have no questions because we've been dealing with this issue for quite some time now. There's a long history here, longer than I can or will recite. But as we all know, back in 2015, the state of California enacted the Racial and Identity Profiling Act, RIPA, mandating law enforcement agencies across the state to collect and submit to the state detailed data on stops, whether they be consensual encounters or detentions. Prior to this, of course, the department had been collecting its data since about 2004, due primarily to the consent decree. But nonetheless, the state enacted RIPA, which is far more comprehensive. The data is collected, sent to the state, available for analysis. Some independent groups have evaluated the data and made conclusions from it, some of which were correct or not. And as a result, in early 2000, this commission charged the Office of Inspector General with reviewing the LAPD data, analyzing it, and making recommendations to tell us what the data means from an independent perspective. And we received that report in October of 2020. And I went back to that report in preparation for today to review the findings. And the report stated, and I quote, "Overall, Black people, and to a lesser extent Hispanic people, were more likely to be the subject of a stop or search and more likely to be removed from their vehicle and handcuffed than were white people or people in the other group. When searches were taken into account, Black and Hispanic people were also less likely to be found with contraband or to be arrested or cited than were other groups. These trends were particularly pronounced in stops for minor crimes and in enforcement actions that were more discretionary in nature," end quote. That's what the department's own data stated. And that's why the Inspector General in his report logically recommended to this commission that the department, quote, "refocus its crime prevention efforts away from conducting such stops, specifically those stops which appear to have a desperate impact on certain racial groups and those which appear to be relatively ineffective in identifying more serious crimes." The data provides these types of stops can be reduced or significantly eliminated because the LAPD data shows they are, according to the Inspector General, quote, "ineffective in identifying more serious crimes," end quote. Further, the IG noted, as many researchers have who have studied this issue, that it is these types of stops in particular that are precisely the ones that people who have been the subject of the stops consider to be humiliating, demeaning, and unfair, particularly when officers' actions during the stops did not appear to be warranted by the behavior of the stop person. So all of this is particularly significant because traffic stops are used throughout the nation lawfully, but are also the #1 reason people come into contact with their police department. And these stops deeply inform people's opinions about policing in their own communities. The Inspector General's report is not unexpected. The UCLA study we received at the same time made the same conclusion, independent academic researchers. Also, other police departments around this country have been identifying the same thing as more and more data about stops are being collected. A police department near New Haven, Connecticut, that previously had a policy of stopping cars for low-level equipment violations, their researchers found that the illegal contraband was rarely found during those stops. As a result, they've reformed their policies to focus on hazardous driving behaviors rather than low-level equipment violations. And after changing those policies, their data showed a lower crime rate, fewer traffic accidents, and an increase in yielding contraband and assisting their law enforcement efforts. Other cities have also gone this way. The Berkeley Police Department has done the same. The city of Philadelphia passed a law in 2021 that prohibits stops of minor traffic infractions. The city of Minneapolis has done so as well. So this proposed policy is not the first to be passed in the nation. And it's will be the first for our city, however, drawn upon the conclusions of the IG report and the UCLA report, because what is happening in other departments is helpful, but it doesn't necessarily apply to our jurisdiction. The policy here was drawn from LAPD data and the analysis conducted by the Inspector General. Since the IG's report over a year ago that we've all had time to evaluate and consider, members of this commission, the Los Angeles Police Department, outside groups have been working on this issue. The department has built a dashboard, what we heard a presentation over a month ago. Those dashboards will now be it's anticipated to be part of the ComStat system to allow each division to evaluate their own data and allow the department to evaluate its own data and be held accountable for it like they are with crime data. The data will also importantly allow this commission, with the capable assistance of the IG's office, to conduct its oversight in a far more meaningful way. So clearly this is not the end of the conversation, it's the beginning. We will now have more access to data. The public will have it, each division will have it, the RIPA board will have it, with all of our abilities to analyze it more carefully and in more detail. So we will continue to analyze this data over time and make additional changes, whatever refinements need to be made as more data is collected over time. And the RIPA board itself has said that they intend to take a deeper look at statistical data from the state and the specific types of stops that may be pretextual and cause disparate treatment of individuals. That board will be exploring emerging models that separate traffic enforcement from criminal investigations. So it is clear the direction the state is going. Many jurisdictions around this country are also heading. And while all those other jurisdictions have their own responsibilities, this board, in my view, has a unique one, the oversight of this department and its actions. We have the data. We have reports that have analyzed the data. We've had considerable time to evaluate it. We've worked with the department for well over a year in developing the dashboard, the policy, and we will have to continue that effort, continue to work with outside organizations that focus on this issue and working within the department to address the concerns that officers have. Clearly, we want to develop this to be the gold standard that other departments come to and look for as the model in policing reform. So with all of that, I will say that we will continue to work on this, evaluate the data, evaluate the policy, and make changes as necessary. I believe this to be a very balanced proposal that balances legitimate law enforcement public safety practices with the needs to address the numbers, the data that show a disproportionate impact on communities of colors. So with that, I intend to vote for this policy today. I intend to continue to work to ensure that this policy remains balanced and that it effectively addresses a complex but critically important issue. Thank you, Commissioner Briggs.
Thank you, Commissioner Decker. At this time, I want to say a couple of words. I have no questions, but I do want to say to the Inspector General, thank you for your report that led us to this moment today. I think it's a long time coming, and I think the council member mentioned it. It is a step in the right direction. I also want to thank Director Rhodes for taking the laboring oar and putting together this policy and leading us through this process. You've done a yeoman's task. I also want to thank members of the department who helped us bring this together, as well as the community members whose statements, whose comments, whose input into this policy has been very helpful. With that said, I will say this, that today our Board of Police Commissioners is considering whether to revise the LAPD policy on pretextual stops. This policy revision matter comes to the board today following initially a report by the LA Times that purported to show disparate impact on pretextual stops have on Black and Brown communities. Indeed, the LA Times found that Black and Brown members of our city were more likely to be stopped by the police under the pretense of minor traffic violations in an effort to find guns, drugs, or contraband. Yet, in a majority of those cases, no drugs, no guns, and no contraband was found. After that report, the Board of Police Commissioners asked its Inspector General to conduct an audit and to report back whether or not those findings were correct, and to look at the RIPA data and determine what it was that was occurring with respect to stops in the Black and brown community. After conducting an exhaustive investigation and audit, the Inspector General determined that not only was the LA Times report accurate, but also the data showed that Pretextual Stops has little impact on crime in Los Angeles. Those Pretextual Stops do not result in guns being taken off streets. Those Pretextual Stops do not result in curtailing murders. Those Pretextual Stops do not result in curtailing shootings. Those Pretextual Stops do not result in curtailing robberies, nor do they result in curtailing assaults. In short, there is no data that anyone can point to that establishes that Pretextual Stops curtails violent crime in our city. In fact, recent RIPA data shows just the opposite. In response to the Inspector General's report, the Board of Police Commissioners requested that the department's pretextual policy be revised. On February 1st, 2022, this board presented a proposed revised pretextual stop policy to the public for comment and consideration. We have received numerous comments from members of the public. As Commissioner Soboroff pointed out, when you look at the public comment versus the other comments that we have received, they are on the extreme. Some want all stops to be completely eliminated, and some say if we stop pretextual stops, that's going to cause more crime to occur. Neither statement is true. We have a duty here to public safety. And this policy, this annoyance policy, as pointed out by Director Rhodes, is that measure that I believe accomplishes that. We have heard from some in our community that implementation of this revised policy will decimate public safety. That those statements are made without any evidence or any data or any factual support. This revised policy will not result in more crimes or more guns or more lawlessness in the city of Los Angeles. In fact, as shown by the Inspector General's report and recent RIPA data, the current practice of pretextual stops only serves to alienate whole segments of our community from law enforcement. It also serves to create distrust in Black and brown communities. And it serves to further feed the notion that law enforcement in Black and brown communities is suppressive rather than guardian in nature. There are some who oppose this policy by saying there is no rationale for it. Let me be unequivocal. The rationale for the policy, the revised policy here is simple. The current policy harms our Black and brown communities. The current policy creates mistrust within Black and brown communities. The current policy does not stop crime. The revised policy will do the following. Officers will be permitted to stop vehicles for minor traffic violations when they can articulate that such a violation significantly interferes with public safety, or the officer can articulate a reason why he believes other crime is present. If an officer, as Director Rose pointed out, cannot do so, then he probably shouldn't be making that kind of a stop for a minor traffic infraction. There are some, as pointed out by Commissioner Soboroff, who have engaged in fear-mongering and attempts to conflate minor traffic infractions with gang violence, robberies, and shootings. Those arguments fall flat in the face of the actual data and evidence as pointed out by Commissioner Decker. Indeed, the majority of patrol officers don't want to stop motorists for ticky-tacky vehicle infractions. The majority of police officers want to engage in actual crime fighting, not motor vehicle infraction fighting. What we have here is a city that has faced an increase in violent crime. All members on this commission voted to increase the budget of the LAPD in order to fight that violent crime. Let there be no mistake that every single member on this board is aware of their responsibility and duty to this city, and that is to keep the public safe. We intend to do that. I personally do not believe that a minor traffic infraction is going to keep our city safe. I want to work with all members of this department, as well as our citizens, as well as the community members, to keep our city safe, to stop the killings, to stop the shootings, to stop the robberies, to stop the assaults. According to the data as presented by Commissioner Decker, stopping someone for a minor traffic infraction has absolutely no bearing on those violent crimes. And that is why I am supporting the revision of this Pretextual Stop policy today. With that, I want to call the question that we adopt the limitation on the use of Pretextual Stops policy. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion's been made and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. The motion carries. At this time, we will now go to item 5B, the Inspector General's report regarding the 27th Street explosion.
Thank you, Commissioner, and good morning, everyone. I'll be joined today, and hopefully I'll be brought up momentarily by the Secretary, by Police Special Investigators John Garner and Ben Goldblatt, who did the hard work of our report that's before you today. It was at the request of the Commission that the OIG conducted a review of the circumstances surrounding the LAPD bomb squad's detonation of a large quantity of homemade fireworks and improvised explosive devices back on June 30th, 2021. We were asked to look at not only the circumstances surrounding that incident, but the causes of what turned out to be a catastrophic explosion on that day. A few things I just want to note very quickly before we just take you through the highlights of our report. I know you have the written report available to you. Although this was a little bit outside the scope of our purpose, which was again to look for what happened and why did it happen, we did so with the full recognition of the human toll that this took on a number of individuals, both members of the public and officers, businesses, a neighborhood, and a community. We thought it was not the right way to go about it if we did not keep that on top of our minds, both in the reviews of a multitude of evidence for this report, in our discussions about what we were finding, and our discussions about how to write it up in the document that you have in front of you today. It was something that we kept mindful of because we understand the impact that this incident has had. Another thing I wanted to mention is that I think part of my reporting to you oftentimes when the OIG prepares a report for the Police Commission's consideration, I always want to be cognizant of the access that our office receives from the department. In order to do our job of oversight well, we have to have effective cooperation from the department. This report in particular caused me to think about that because it's a little different than our traditional reports. This one was dealing with a single incident as opposed to a systemic issue, or it was at least gave rise to by a single incident. It is an incident that has been looked at by other entities previously, the department itself included. And it also involved, the investigation by an outside agency, in this case, a federal agency, the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives. For all those reasons, it makes it a little bit unique, and it was incumbent upon me, I think, to let you know that in this case, we had 100% complete cooperation from the department in getting every piece of material that we needed to do our report. I wouldn't be shy about telling you if the answer was the opposite, and I won't be shy about telling you that in this case, we received full cooperation in every respect from the department. We appreciate it. It's what allowed us to do our report effectively. The third thing I want to mention before I turn it over to the special investigators is that we recognize that the department has indeed already identified and embarked on implementing many improvements in the aftermath of this report or part of this incident. We support those improvements and those efforts, and we actually highlighted that in part of our report. I do feel confident, however, that our review and the depth of analysis that we tried to do in this effort has also identified some additional areas that need to be shored up with an emphasis on making sure that something like this could never happen again. And so to tell you about what we did look at in our report, what we did find, and what additional recommendations we made, now I'd like to turn it over to Special Investigators Garner and Goldblatt, and all of us will be available for questions should you have them.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Special Investigator John Garner. I'd like to begin by summarizing the OIG's approach to the investigation, including what information we gathered to conduct our critical review of the incident. Our involvement began formally July 16th when the OIG was part of a conference call with Assistant Chief Marino, at the time Commander Kowalski, now Deputy Chief Kowalski, Commissioner Decker, and Police Commission Executive Director Mr. T. Fink. During this call, we were briefed by Chief Kowalski, who summarized the incident and informed us on the status of the ATF's investigation, which had actually begun on the day of the incident, but expanded on July 2nd when the ATF National Response Team arrived on scene. During this initial call, Chief Kowalski informed us that due to the briefings he'd already had received concerning the ATF's preliminary investigation, there were already two working hypotheses as to the cause of the explosion. The first was that there was an unforeseen structural failure of the total containment vessel, or TCV, and two, that the TCV was loaded with more explosives than it was designed to safely detonate. After being briefed on the issues and details of the incident, Commissioner Decker outlined the issues she thought should be addressed from our investigation. The following Monday, Chief Moore held a press conference during which he summarized the incident, and he had introduced ATF Special Agent in Charge, Michael Hoffman, who also summarized the ATF investigation up to that point. During that press conference, we were able to glean additional information concerning the incident, and again, at this press conference, the issue of the overloading of the TCV was presented. At the following Police Commission meeting, Tuesday, July 20th, the Chief again provided a summary of the incident, after which the Commission provided a formal direction to the OIG to begin a comprehensive review of the bomb squad's involvement in the explosion on 27th Street. Also at the time, the Commissioners individually directed a few specific issues they wanted our investigation to address. This direction included, but was not limited to, the following: a summary of events leading up to the detonation and failure of the TCV, an organizational overview of the bomb squad, a review of the training requirement and training records for the bomb squad, an analysis of the series of decisions that led up to the detonation, and an analysis of how the amount of explosives material was calculated, and a review of all applicable policies and procedures. There's a complete list of the 13 areas identified as matters of interest by the Commission that are outlined and addressed in our report. Following that direction to begin the investigation, we requested and obtained copies of all the investigative materials that had been collected by the ATF. Because the ATF had already been identified as the primary investigative agency for the incident, they had collected extensive evidence, including physical evidence from the scene, pre- and post-blast photos and video, as well as they've conducted recorded interviews with the bomb squad and other department personnel on scene and with citizens affected by the blast. Some of this physical evidence was shipped to ATF labs for metallurgical and other analysis. The OIG also requested and obtained from the department all relevant documentation concerning the bomb squad, including their standard operating procedures, a list of all of their vehicles, equipment, and maintenance logs that are used by the bomb technicians, and all the bomb technician training records for the prior 5 years. My colleague Ben Goldblatt and I obtained most of this material in a meeting we had with CTSOB staff on July 27th. As our investigation, review, and analysis of the incident continued, we made numerous additional requests for relevant documents from the department. And as the IG previously stated, the department staff was extremely helpful, compliant, and timely with fulfilling all of our requests throughout this investigation, including the review of the final report. The OIG also conducted interviews with select city staff, submitted questions directly to the ATF, the FBI, and the LAPD, seeking additional or clarifying information, and also reviewed relevant public meetings conducted by the department and the city council. I'd like to begin to address the investigative findings and what was the cause or causes of the catastrophic failure, as well as other critical conclusions we arrived at while performing this review. Our report offers significant background information on the bomb squad organization, the equipment they use, and explains some explosive concepts, and provides a complete timeline of the June 30th incident, as well as the impact to the affected 27th Street community. We encourage you to review the complete report for that information, but at this point, we'll focus on our key investigative findings and critical conclusions. A review of the previous 5 years of training for the entire bomb squad revealed that the training hours have gradually declined. There were a few examples where personnel did not meet annual established training goals. However, the average number of training hours per employee remained above the FBI established training goal of 288 hours per year. In 2016, there was a total of 9,930 training hours, with an average of 367 hours per employee. However, by 2019, there was a total of 8,268 training hours, an average of 306 hours per employee, which reflects a 16.7 drop in training hours completed. In the year 2020, training hours dropped further from 8,268 to 6,873 training hours. This was in part due to the reduced availability of training, particularly at the start of the COVID-19 pandemic. We also noted in our report that 2 bomb technicians present at the 27th Street incident and the supervising detective present did not meet the minimal annual standards for 2020. However, as also previously mentioned, training hours were held in advance from March 2020 through the time of this report due to the pandemic. There were 5 bomb technicians and a supervising detective involved in the 27th Street incident. They had an average of 26.4 years of experience on the department, an average of 14.5 years of experience at their current rank, and an average of 7.9 years currently assigned to the bomb squad. Some of the involved personnel had previous tours of duty with the bomb squad, which would slightly increase the average years of experience. A bomb squad call-out generally includes at least 1 supervisor and 2 bomb technicians. However, there were more personnel present at this incident due to the extreme volume of explosive material at the call. A review of the total containment vessel logs showed that there were between 2 to 6 TCV detonations per year between 2011, when this TCV was put into use, up to this time of the incident in 2021. Our review found that there were a total of 40 incidents during this time period where the total containment vessel was used to detonate explosives. Those 40 incidents were spread out throughout the entirety of the city, with the exception of 2 outside city detonations and 1 factory test detonation. Of the remaining 37 detonations, 14 occurred in residential neighborhoods, 9 detonations were in industrial areas, 11 were in commercial areas, and 3 were in mixed-use areas of residential and commercial use. The OIG found no evidence in this incident to show that the transportation of the explosives away from the scene for detonation was considered by the bomb squad personnel. Detonation on scene had been the established procedure for the entirety of the time this TCV had been in use. There was no policy or procedural rule in place that either required or prohibited transportation of the explosives to a designated safe area, nor was there any policy or procedural rule in place that required or prohibited detonation of the explosives on scene. While the department was able to provide us with the weights of the explosive material that was used in the countercharge for each of these 40 detonations, the department had no record of the weights of the disposal product, which is the actual explosives being disposed of. The OIG reviewed the evacuations occurring that day and found that the details and documentations of the evacuations were lacking. While we were able to identify phases of evacuations and general areas of evacuations, the department was unable to provide detailed information such as a full list of properties identified for evacuation, the exact times when various evacuation orders occurred, the total numbers of residents that were contacted, the total number of residents that evacuated, or the number of residents that opted to stay after receiving an evacuation notice. At this time, I'll turn the mic over to my colleague, Ben Goldblatt, and he'll address the remainder of our findings and our recommendations.
Thank you, John, and thank you, commissioners, for the opportunity to present our report to you this morning. My name is Ben Goldblatt, and I will continue on with the discussion of our findings. While John has just provided to you a breakdown of our findings related to training, tenure, TCV usage, and evacuations, I'm going to shift to a discussion of our findings related to the cause of the explosion on the actual day of the incident. As you well know, it was previously reported by the ATF and the department that the cause of the catastrophic failure was attributable to overloading the total containment vessel with more material than it could withstand. It was also previously established that the bomb squad engaged in a physical handling and visual estimate of the material as opposed to weighing it. So our report provides additional perspective on how and why the estimate occurred and the overloading occurred. And we discovered several things related to team dynamics and decision-making that day. Our first finding here is that we found that, as John had already mentioned, the bomb squad does not use weights for, or did not use weights for the weighing of the disposal product. That was confirmed for this incident as well. Following the incident, the supervising detective was asked by the ATF about the lack of scale usage, and the supervising detective stated to ATF interviewers that it was never the practice of the bomb squad to physically weigh a suspected explosive that they're trying to dispose of with a scale before conducting the detonation in a TCV. He explained to ATF interviewers that they always make estimates based on visual inspection and perceived weight. We also found that bomb technicians on scene widely believed falsely that the TCV's weight capacity was 40 pounds of net equivalent weight, net explosive weight. We reviewed the total containment vessel manual and test reports over the years from the manufacturer, and we did not see an instance where the manufacturer stated that 40 pounds of weight was permissible. On the upper end of weight capacity, we saw that the manufacturer said that the total containment vessel could withstand 40 pounds of net explosive weight on a repeated basis, or 33 pounds on a single detonation. And single detonation meaning that the vessel could withstand the explosive once and then could have some damage from that level of weight and may need some internal repairs. In other words, you couldn't use it again right after using 33 pounds. You'd have to have it potentially fixed. As we know from the ATF investigation, the amount of net explosive weight that day was 39.85 pounds, which was more than the 16.5 pounds that the supervising detective told ATF interviewers that he thought the team was handling prior to the detonation. So in sum, in addition to operating off of an inaccurate estimate of the weight of the material, the team was operating off of an inaccurate understanding of the TCV's limits. Another finding is that there was a lack of supervision of the bomb squad personnel at the scene of the incident. The supervising detective described to ATF interviewers his approach. He explained that he prefers to take a hands-off approach in an attempt to make his subordinates feel more comfortable. So he explained that the group dynamic was such that he didn't want to make bomb technicians to feel hesitant to speak up. So in this particular instance, when the bomb technicians were discussing the correct approach to handle the IEDs, the supervising detective purposely moved away from the bomb technicians while they deliberated on a plan for dealing with the IEDs. Our investigation also did uncover that there was some dissent on the team that day related to the amount of the material being loaded into the TCV. One bomb technician expressed concern about the material. Another bomb technician asked, well, what is your concern? Are you worried about the number of explosives or the weight of the explosives? And the bomb technician with the concerns indicated that he was worried about both. The supervising detective observed this exchange and directed the two bomb technicians to reach a resolution. Based on our review, it appeared there was ultimately no change to the plan or course of action, despite the concerns raised by the one bomb technician. Our report also notes, and this is the last finding here that I'd like to discuss today. Our report notes the long day that bomb squad personnel worked. The majority of the bomb technicians on scene started working at 5 or 6 a.m. and the actual detonation occurred at 7:37 p.m. So we raised the issue of whether fatigue may have played a role in the decision-making process. One bomb technician did admit to the ATF that prior to loading the total containment vessel, he did feel tired. He explained, He was there from earlier in the day. He had been exerting himself for several hours, loading commercial fireworks into a truck. He was involved in reviewing the IEDs, x-raying and cutting them. And by this point, he was tired prior to the IED being loaded into the total containment vessel. I want to quickly run you through our 5 recommendations, which we've included in the report at this point. The first is we would encourage the bomb squad to conduct a review of training policies and ensure that all personnel are meeting the minimum training requirements. We also would encourage the department to determine the reason for the decline of the training hours over the last 5 years. We understand 2020 coronavirus impact may have reduced training hours, but we did see that trend occurring of declining training hours well before then. Another recommendation is that the department should require scales on bomb technician utility trucks. And in our view, this is part of the standardization process of beginning to use scales when working on these high stakes, high risk activities. We would encourage the department to look at the evacuation documentation process. We were struck by some of the lack of detail that we were able to gather about the specifics of evacuations while we were doing this investigation. We would also encourage the bomb squad to look into the question of fatigue and whether that may have been a factor in this incident. And if so, potentially implement adjustments to work schedules to minimize that factor in decision-making. And last, we would encourage the department to undertake a proactive and concerted effort to instill a culture in the bomb squad that does the following. 1, ensures bomb technicians are given a forum to fully share dissenting opinions on tactics while in the field. 2, encourages supervisors to take an active role in planning and decision-making and calls on them to thoroughly consider and analyze the opinions of subordinates. And 3, emphasizes and reinforces precision and technical expertise on the part of all bomb squad personnel. With that, that concludes my comments. I will hand the floor back to Inspector General Smith.
Commissioners, once again, thank you both Ben and John. That concludes the highlights of our report. We're available for questions should you have any, and please just let us know.
Commissioner Kalancha, you have your mic open. Would you like to ask some questions?
I didn't realize it was open, but I guess this might be just for us, for the commission. I'm just trying to figure out like what would be the next steps after this report. I mean, it seems like there's a need for training, but there's also a need for structure and supervisorial training. So I'm just wondering like what the next steps would be to address some of these challenges. And I also recognize that this was I don't want to say a special, for lack of a better word, but it was a 4th of July. I don't anticipate that these situations are common, but I feel like there is a need for action, from the commission. So those are just, I guess, comments or things to think about.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Kalancha. Commissioner Decker.
Thank you, Commissioner Briggs. Obviously, and I think my questions are for the chief. Obviously, there's much in this report to be deeply concerned about. Culture, supervision, and training. Those are 3 areas amongst the many details provided, but I think the issues come down to culture, supervision, and training. There are specifics you as the head of the department, as the chief, can do on training and supervision. I'd like to hear about that. Training and supervision can impact culture, but the concern about adverse voices not being adequately heard, the long day, the training issues, the confluence of all of those events leading to, as the IG said, a catastrophic event in a neighborhood in Los Angeles is not something the commission, and I know the department takes lightly. And I do want to thank the Inspector General's office, Mr. Garner, Mr. Goblat, for your presentation, but the detail in your work is critically important so that it can be addressed. So Chief, first, I'd like you to address culture, supervision, and training. And then I do think we should have a further conversation about Commissioner Kalanche's follow-up. I do have a few options for consideration, but I'd like to hear from the Chief first, sir.
Yeah. So good morning, and thank you for that opportunity. I want to thank the Inspector General's office for their work with our personnel over this last 9 months in the immediate aftermath of this tragic accident. It was a failure, a catastrophic failure of that vessel that drew all of our attention to how could such a failure occur. And in our investigation, supported by the independent investigation by the Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, as well as our own internal investigation, that now this is the latest chapter, if you will, in discussion of the oversight, the investigation, and what the findings were. I agree with you. It is a failure that occurred. Actually, both Commissioner Kalanche as well as Commissioner Decker agree with both observations. One, I believe that much of this is a result of the enormity of what this seizure resulted in, the decision to, based on past practices and an informal structure of standard operating procedures, a decision to attempt to dispose of this large cache of explosives, and then weakness in underlying operating procedures, a weakness in levels of documentation, weaknesses in level of supervision, and the actions and responsibilities of a safety officer that resulted in this in decisions that we now look at in hindsight and cannot justify. In fact, we find that changes have to occur at all levels of the operations of this bomb squad. This is a bomb squad that is known throughout the country for its abilities and its experience and its standing. And yet, as we looked in this inquiry and in my discussions with senior officials within ATF, we find that there are practices within the explosives units across the country that lack the level of articulation and detail that one would otherwise expect in such a highly dangerous environment. We expect a lot of our technicians, but what we must expect of them has to also be augmented by structure and a culture that you've talked about. And that's my commitment. We have Chief Kowalski is here, as well as from the command staff. The department has its own 13 recommendations, much of which they're all adopted by the Office of the Inspector General. He made 5 additional, which we're in agreement with. And we can go into each of the details if you would like as to the path forward. But the immediate things that were also put in place was a cultural shift that we will no longer dispose of explosive materials in a total containment vessel in a residential area anywhere in the city of Los Angeles. That the use of that vessel going forward is for transport. And that so that mechanism plus the oversight, the level of documentation, and the expectations that the team work together. And unlike that day, that a voice of concern have a higher recognition of importance, both by the person making that voice, by the person expressing that view, as well as others in that teamwork, was missing that day, and I expect it going forward. I do think that, in conclusion, that staffing of this unit was additional area of focus in the last 9 months. We have found that a number of personnel that were assigned to that unit had been off of work due to industrial injuries that were not related to the explosive handling, but just related to the wear and tear of long tenured employees, which resulted in a unit that was stretched in its responsibilities both for that day with the enormity of the fireworks seizure, as well as ongoing responsibilities with the airport and other matters that you see in a city of this size.
Well, thank you, Chief. But I think I'm looking for a level of detail that is much greater. But I do appreciate your statement, and obviously the concern that I have, that I know you share, the bomb squad is one of the premier assignments within the department, one of the units that has to be incredibly well trained, have the most capable supervision, have a culture that is designed specifically to avoid what happened. And from my perspective, I'm going to need a lot more detail to ensure that there's sufficient staffing, sufficient training. Training is up to date. Training is best practices, that the supervisors of that unit are taking their unique responsibility very seriously, and the culture. And perhaps that level of detail perhaps is requires a more formal follow-up response, a written response. And maybe that gets to what Commissioner Kalanche is looking for, is further detail, further oversight, perhaps adding audit division to do reviews, perhaps adding the Inspector General's office doing a follow-up. But the level of detail I'm looking for, Chief, is far greater.
Well, and we're prepared today to go into each of the recommendations and can go into whatever degree. And if you wish for a formal report, more than happy to talk about that as well. This has been an absolute point of focus and a laser review by an oversight by Chief Marino and Chief Kowalski, and within the entire structure of OSO. And so we're happy today we have a team assembled and can go through each of these to at a minimum, begin to discuss the level of intensity that we have brought to bear in regards to the assessment of the readiness of this work unit and the improvements that are necessary in each of the areas that have been assessed both by the Inspector General report, but by also earlier reports that we've provided to the Commission. So we're at your discretion as to whether that presentation is now or you would like a more formal written report. I will say one last moment on this before I would open would like to hear direction as far as further comments. We have a pending disciplinary matter involving the personnel that were primarily involved in this, and that matter is in its final final days of completion, and then will be brought before me for a determination of corrective action, disciplinary action for decisions that were made. And while I can't comment on that at this point, I would just say that in addition to the structural changes and the emphasis on detailed documentation, verification, independent layers of verification, and notification criteria, as well as looking at the underlying training and staffing levels there's also accountability. I do believe that there was some systemic failures within the organizational makeup that allowed this to, or at least facilitated the failure that we saw here that day. There was also some mistakes on individuals' parts, and while I won't make that final determination until all the information is before me, from every indication to this point, as indicated by the Inspector General's report, there were opportunities that were missed both in the size of this disposal and the significance of it, as well as in slowing this process down and more critically understanding the limits of the equipment. These are highly specialized individuals who receive, as we've said here, hundreds of hours of training each year. And I do believe that there's a personal accountability that's necessary here as well, in addition to the structural changes that we embark on to safeguard this from ever reoccurring.
Thank you, Chief. I would like to hear more detail, and I'll leave also, I'm sure my colleagues, it's been agendized for today. So I'd like to hear some of that detail, and then at the conclusion, I suppose the Commission can determine what the follow-up steps are. But if I could hear from the team that you've assembled, I'm specifically interested in training, supervision, staffing, and how that impacts culture, and the game plan to impact culture, which is not an easy thing to change for any organization. But staffing, training, supervision, if you could.
Good afternoon, President Briggs and the entire Board of Police Commissioners. I'm joined today by Assistant Chief Robert Marino, as well as Lieutenant Robert Beckers, who now serves as the Hazardous Devices and Materials Unit Officer in charge of the LAPD's bomb squad. As mentioned by the IG today, CTSOB has worked closely with providing all relevant investigative materials, training records, and reports, and we've demonstrated full transparency to ensure that all aspects of this investigation were fully inspected by the IG in a timely manner. In response to this report and prior to its completion, CTSOB has been committed to addressing any shortcomings or failures to ensure that a similar incident does not occur in the future. And in response to today's report, I will discuss actions taken related to this report, an update on the department's after action report recommendations, and further initiatives by CTSOB to rebuild the LAPD's bomb squad. And to Commissioner Decker, included in this, I will address culture, training, as well as leadership for the bomb squad. On page 44 of this report, the OIG outlined the department's recommendations from our after action report. The LAPD has either fully implemented or taken significant steps on completing all of these recommendations. I can provide an itemized update on each of these, but in summary, the notification processes through the department and local council districts have been revised. The requirement for a command and/or a staff officer to be present for any incident that may require a device or an item to be rendered safe has been implemented. And the bomb squad standard operating guidelines have been revised to include clarity and specificity on the usage of the total containment vessel. And a formalized system has been adopted to document and verify all calculations are conducted for all render safe procedures with supervisory review and approval requirements. The TCV manufacturer, NABCO, is currently here in Los Angeles and working with our bomb squad on providing upgrades and repairs to our trailer-mounted TCV, which will allow for it to be utilized for transportation only of explosive materials once it is certified. Training with the unit on the capabilities and capacity limitations on the trailer-mounted TCV will be conducted this week on March 2nd and 3rd. On page 45 of this report, the OIG lists 5 recommendations for the LAPD to adopt. The department has taken steps to address and implement all these recommendations. I can discuss each of these individually, but in summary, I'd like to highlight some of the key procedural changes from these recommendations that we've already implemented. On recommendation 1, to address shortfalls in meeting annual training requirements, we identified the bomb squad training as an area of focus and have implemented a tracking system to ensure compliance with the federal minimum training hours as indicated in the national guidelines for bomb squad. The bomb squad now is a quarterly review initiated by the bomb squad officer in charge to identify employees in need of additional training hours to maintain compliance. In response to recommendation number 3, ESD has directed that the bomb squad supervisor take an active role in the evacuation process and document it on the ICS 208 form modified for bomb squad use. And the bomb squad supervisor's role in evacuations and documentation has been delineated in the revised standard operating guidelines. And to formalize the notification process to the pertinent government agencies, notifications will be made by the respective geographic bureau commanding officer to the relevant council district. Consistent with our core value of quality through continuous improvement, in addition to the OIG and department's after action report recommendations, CTSOB initiated 21 goals approved by the chief of police last summer that we track regularly. Some of the 21 mirror many of the same recommendations in both of these reports, but I'd like to highlight the following milestones achieved with these recommendations since this incident occurred. CTSOB has instituted vertical staff meetings with both bomb technicians and supervisors to regularly assess the workplace environment to ensure that all employees have an opportunity to discuss any workplace issues. These meetings began in the months following this incident, and the most recent occurred on November 8th, 2021. Following this incident, we requested that the FBI conduct an independent review of our procedures and concept of operations after our new standard operating guidelines were published on November 21st, 2021. On February 24th of this year, the FBI concluded an accreditation inspection of our standard operating guidelines, a review of each bomb technician's certification to ensure compliance with federal standards, and a review of the bomb squad's training records. Additionally, a full equipment inspection was conducted of the unit as well, and we were in full compliance. And since this incident occurred, a new officer in charge of the bomb squad, Sergeant Trina Bluff, was selected. We have also added 3 additional new supervisors to the bomb squad leadership team to address our leadership within the bomb squad. To ensure that we accelerate the rebuilding of the bomb squad unit, as Chief Moore mentioned, we've reallocated additional positions within our bureau to the bomb squad. After an extensive application process consistent with the FBI guidelines for selections, 8 police officers from various LAPD commands were selected and joined the bomb squad on February 13th, 2022. They will eventually be attending the FBI's Hazardous Devices School in Huntsville, Alabama, where they will be certified as bomb technicians. To further develop and enhance best practices consistent with national standards, the bomb squad has completed unit training with the ATF, the United States Marine Corps Explosive Ordnance Disposal Command, the LA County Sheriff's Department, and is scheduled for unit training with our FBI partners on April 27th of this year. We've also identified personnel within the bomb squad to now act as official liaisons with the following organizations to work on best practices and increase unit training: the LA County Sheriff's Department, the Orange County Sheriff's Department, Ventura County Sheriff's Department, CAL FIRE, the FBI, and the United States Marine Corps. It's our goal from this incident to restore the LAPD's bomb squad's reputation as one of the most highly trained and respected bomb squad units in the world, and further serve as a model for other agencies to emulate in the future. I can discuss further any of these issues, but I'm prepared to answer any questions that you may have.
Okay, if I understand your presentation, there's currently a new supervisor for the bomb squad, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And currently, all members of the bomb squad are up to date on training based on your presentation. Is that also correct?
Yes, I think the tracking system that we've implemented is allowing us to monitor and ensure that our training is up to date.
So in that way, you'll be able to not just ensure it's up to date today as you present to the commission, but you'll be able to ensure at any given moment that it's completely up to date. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You mentioned that there are 8 new officers who are now going to be assigned to the bomb squad as of February 13th. With those additions, is the bomb squad fully staffed or sufficiently staffed? Let me just reframe that: sufficiently staffed.
At this point, it's a long process for those 8 technicians to go through the training in Huntsville, Alabama. We're only allowed limited spots and there's only limited positions. So for us to get back to the full capacity levels that we want to be, it's going to take some time. I think we're, like Chief Moore mentioned, we're not where we want to be, but I think it's our end goal to be fully staffed in the near future. But the FBI is working closely with us to ensure that we get class positions as quickly as possible.
And fully staffed would include the analysis of what's needed for LAX, right? Because you handle the city, including LAX, which has its own police department, but the bomb squad handles calls out there, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you have a timeline or an estimate as to when the bomb squad will be fully staffed with training such that the LAPD bomb squad can handle all call outs within the city?
At this point, we're still able to handle all the call outs that were assigned. However, to be at the point where you're saying full capacity, to be at the maximum level that we want to be, I think we're still looking at probably not till the end of 2022 is probably the best estimate, given the time that the classes will occur.
Understood. And then what's the game plan to handle fatigue in the meantime, which was one of the findings of the Inspector General?
When you looked at this particular issue with that was brought up in the recommendations, and looking at the incident versus where we're at today. I think now we have a little more ability in developing partnerships with other bomb squad entities. The work that Lieutenant Beckers and the entire bomb squad has done with building relationships with our partners in the organizations that I mentioned has come to fruition in terms of different scenarios that have happened in the city. One example being the LA County Sheriffs did respond to an incident. And I think now we just have the capability now to pick up the phone and call these organizations to assist, especially if fatigue comes into play. And we realize the limitations we have with the personnel that are able to work and our technicians. But I think we're relying on partnerships a little more. And we're trying to provide that and focus on that, especially this year.
Okay. Commissioner Briggs, I certainly do have more questions, but I'm very cognizant of not just time, but the time I've taken in the department's presentation thus far. So I'll turn it back to you. And if I have any questions at the end, I hope I can continue to ask.
Thank you, Commissioner Decker. I'll go next to Commissioner Bonner. Commissioner Bonner, do you have any questions?
I do, just a couple, please. First question, it's relating to the, there's some reference in the department's recommendations to notifications as well, but the IG's report, the third recommendation references notification of pertinent other government agencies that may be alerted when there's an evacuation. The question really is that purely notification for awareness and, you know, any subsequent action any other agency may take? Or is there any role that any other government agency plays in making the decision as to whether it's to use the TCV or make the evacuation?
Well, sir, to address that point, if any other organization does come into the city, I mean, that we're going to be making notifications all the way up through the chief of police and to any council district that may be impacted. However, I mean, the protocols and procedures that we have in place for our bomb squad would still be what we would expect and utilize with a partner agency. So to Chief Moore's point about TCV disposals, those would not be occurring anywhere in the city at this point, and we would not be allowing any organization to be doing that as well.
And Commissioner Rana, it also deals with notification is to the council office as well as through EMD, Emergency Management Department, goes to resources that can be brought to bear for evacuation centers or resource centers. So there's a general awareness of a specific action that would require an evacuation that a council office, government officials, including the mayor's office, or elected officials are desirous of. And then there's the pragmatic part of the emergency response plan for the city coming into play in regards to what resources are brought to support those evacuees and to ensure that the repopulation occurs in an orderly fashion and that needs are met.
So what I want to clarify in terms of the decision-making process, like in this case, the decision to detonate this material, is there any agency outside or anybody outside the LAPD that participates in making that decision?
So we operate under a unified command at these locations. In this day that we do have the LA Fire that was on scene, and whether they're operating as an allied agency or in a unified command setting, the incident management team is there to discuss safety plans, contingencies, strategies, and objectives, and to come to a consensus about a path going forward. The notification to the elected officials is not one of an operational approval of the path forward, but as to an awareness. The operational decisions that are made are retained by the public safety agencies that are on scene and are tasked with this.
Okay, so I understand now the second part of what you're explaining, but go back to it just again on the first part of the decision-making process, and you mentioned it's under a unified command situation. So in that scenario, whether it was this situation or a future situation, and I'm asking in part because we just got a lot of information about what LAPD is doing and how LAPD will be trained, and it raises just the question of who all participates in these decisions that may not be part of the Los Angeles Police Department. So that's what I'm just trying to clarify is it everyone in the chain of command LAPD personnel, or might there be others who would say, no, don't do this, or yes, we're doing it?
So it's incident specific. For instance, at the disposal of a situation poses a fire hazard to their surrounding area, then the fire department plays a role. To the extent that there's an impact on traffic movement, then the Department of Transportation plays a role. So it depends on the discipline involved as the situation is being managed going forward. On this day, the decision to do the detonation was that of the Los Angeles Police Department. And the efforts of the fire department and other agencies that were there, including ATF. ATF, for instance, as reported by the Inspector General indicates, was there for monitoring purposes for federal prosecution rather than the disposal. While they were aware of it and they were aware of the process that was that led up to the detonation, they were not there as an approval process per se, as to a person to be able that would be their approval would be required. It's not to say that they wouldn't have the ability to raise the issue or raise a concern on a safety issue or otherwise. Everyone in an incident would have that responsibility. But ultimately, at the end of the day, we see this failure, this accident that occurred, is a result of the department's actions on that day, rather than other agencies.
So I appreciate that, and just note, I think I'll, at some point probably welcome some additional comment on that. Again, just to clarify, I understand what you just said relative to this particular incident, but want to make sure that relative to future incidents that we understand just what that decision-making loop actually is, and when there may be some situation where someone other than an LAPD personnel may influence or contribute, to a decision. Couple other questions, just two quick questions. One, you made reference to the pending personnel complaint, I believe. Is it only the one, or do you anticipate there now, or do you anticipate that there may be others?
The actions of those that are primarily involved in this is the subject of the complaint. So it's multiple employees.
Okay, so it's all right, got that. And then also, what is the situation with the TCV? I believe at one time, shortly, at least after this, we were hearing that you were prepared. There was one or more that were available locally from other agencies if necessary or something. But are you purchasing a new one, or what's the situation with that capability?
So we currently do have a mutual aid arrangement with our other federal partners and the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department for the use of a TCV if needed for the transport of explosive materials. There is a trailer mounted that was indicated in the Inspector General's report that is currently being repaired or updated, if you will, to ensure that the department has its own TCV vessel. So should there be multiple calls for a transport, that we would be able to meet that operational necessity. That's what Chief Kowalski referenced as far as the manufacturer being currently local here working with us.
Yeah, and that's what I wanted to make sure I understood was that you're speaking to the manufacturer of the vehicle that was compromised.
The manufacturer of the trailer mounted TCV is the same manufacturer of the one that was mounted on a semi truck chassis.
Got it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Bonner. Commissioner Soboroff, do you have any questions?
Yeah, this after catastrophe analysis is as thorough of investigative job on really a no excuse catastrophic failure situation that I've seen. It shows a lot of cooperation and a lot of research. And now we're discussing and have discussed how it will be dealt with in the future. And now that we know what happened, and as we monitor, it's still very important currently to know what's the status, home by home, property by property, person by person, with the physical remediation to make the people in the community whole. Now I'm talking about economically now. The other stuff, people will never be made the same because there was a loss of life. But I want to go back to this. Whose responsibility is it? How many are there? Is there a team working with each of the people? And how are we making this right?
You're on mute, Chief.
Sorry, Chief Kowalski, do you have the latest update? I know that this is a long-term recovery plan that is being orchestrated or led by the Emergency Management Department. The department, LAPD, is participating in ongoing meetings for the recovery and restoration of that community. There are residents that have returned, and there are other residents who have remained in housing outside of that region. There has also been, when we can provide for you the updates as far as the number of claims and those claims that have been resolved or have been paid, and those that have remained open. Dave, do you have anything further you'd add to that?
No, Chief, I'm sorry, I don't have the latest update, but we can work with Emergency Management Department and get the latest update and provide that to the commission.
I just want to be assured that every home and every piece of property is dealt with. These are day-by-day inconveniences to people. If this would have happened in the Palisades, I want to make sure that the attention to each of the people in this community is the exact same service that it would be anywhere in the city, because they deserve nothing less. It's super important that this doesn't get stuck in some bureaucratic process, because the people who are affected out of their homes, they don't go home at night. They don't go home on weekends. It's these things need dramatic attention.
So I believe that we updated the commission on this subject about 2 months ago.
We did,
or a little less than that, but and I would recommend or ask for the ability to come back and provide a presentation with EMD, as well as the city attorney's office and the department as to the long-term recovery. I will say that we do have position in that community, in that immediate neighborhood. We continue to have 24-hour patrols. We continue to do outreach and engagement with the community, both in matters such as providing ring security systems for their sense of safety and security, as well as outreach and engagement with the youth that are attending nearby schools, and also ensuring that we just facilitate, if they will, that they feel like they've been left out or left behind in mental health counseling services, as well as housing in the recovery of that sense. Last update I had was about 2 weeks ago, where the matters of ending housing support for those that had been displaced was extended. It had been projected that it would end, I believe, in the month of January, and the decision was to extend that housing support while the residents in that area made final determinations about repopulating those in that community or transitioning to another housing solution. But let me assure you that this is a matter that is being monitored. I apologize that I don't have the details today, but we will certainly be happy to have that conversation before the commission.
Yeah, Chief, I trust what's in our control and on how the department's handling it. Not that I don't trust what EMD is doing. I just don't know. I don't know their bureaucracy. I don't know their day-by-day ability to deal with this. So I'm not blaming anybody, but I just don't know.
Well, EMD is actually shepherding various city agencies as well as other public agencies in support of the recovery. They are following the incident management system, the national level recovery of a disaster, that this is being followed on a framework that is meant to deal with this disaster regardless if it happened in the Palisades, South Los Angeles, or any other part of the city or region. Great. So they are following those best practices. There are ongoing, I'm participating in a monthly basis and seeing reports at least as frequently. And I will say that the challenge that I have seen or observed in this is the long-term housing recovery. It has taken longer than I would have anticipated.
Yeah.
Can I just jump in? I think City Council just approved about $1 million, I think, in emergency relief funding a couple of weeks ago. So there is, movement and support.
Just don't know if it's fast enough or enough. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Soberoff. I have a question for Deputy Chief Kowalski, but first I was surprised that the Inspector General did not also recommend that these types of that no detonations take place in residential areas any longer. Instead, that they be transported out. And I'm glad the chief was proactive in that measure when this event first happened. But having said that, and having read some of the reports, and particularly what Mr. Goldblatt talked about, the poundage that could be put in these vessels. Is there, and I guess this would be for Deputy Chief Kowalski, is there a limitation if we're now going to transport explosive devices outside of residential areas? Do these containment vehicles have a limitation on the amount that can be placed in them, even for transportation, because of potential accidental detonation during the transportation?
Yeah. Sir, as it relates to the TCV, from what we're learning, and I'll allow Lieutenant Beckers to get into specifics, but when you talk about the limitations that Mr. Goldblatt mentioned about the 15-pound capacity limits on the TCV, for what the capacity limitations on a detonation for a TCV mirrors what a TCV can allow or can hold for a transportation as well. So it's supposed to be a safety valve that'll allow it to transport it out, just as if you were going to detonate it. Lieutenant Beckers, if you want to add to that.
Yes, sir. The TCVs, both of our TCV, the previous one and this one, had the 15 pounds of C4 equivalent, and that is set so that in transportation, if it was to initiate itself, that it would still be contained within the TCV. So the limit for transportation is identical to the limit for detonation.
And Commissioner Briggs, if you don't mind, just an additional in regards to any kind of transportation of any kind of explosive materials. Prior to that transportation, a detailed transportation plan will be developed in regards to the route of travel, the area in which it's going to be transported to, and part of the safety plan and discussion with the current IC under the Unified Command is ensuring that vehicle is properly placarded with the safety placards, as well as, as I indicated, the determined route of travel to ensure that if we do have any kind of detonation during that travel, that will minimize any kind of impact to that area.
So in this instance, given the amount of explosive material that was present at that particular location, this would have entailed multiple trips had it simply been transported out. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So I just wanted to foresee what the possibilities are here.
I need to add to this. One of the other recommendations and pursuits that we're doing in this, and doing the top to bottom review of how we got into this position, one of the Achilles heels that the department has had is a lack of a disposal site, a formal disposal site. And because of the lack of that formal disposal site and the logistics of transporting unstable materials to sites such as in Castaic, in the LA County region, or more even more distant locations. For instance, these 16 tons of commercial grade fireworks were transported all the way out to San Bernardino County, out up above Victorville, for disposal. One of the actions being taken is the department is seeking to identify a formal disposal site that it can have within the apron of the Los Angeles area, so that we do not, we will not, I will assure you, will not go back to using the disposal vessel in a residential area. But what got us into that position is the argument that it could be more safely disposed of in the vessel itself than it would be transported on city streets into these remote locations. So it's important to us for us to acquire an additional site that is safe for everyone involved, and that will facilitate the occasion when we need to transport it for disposal purposes.
Thank you. And before I call the question, Commissioner Decker, I know that you said that you wanted to come
Yes,
back and raise some additional questions.
thank you. Briefly, a question for the Inspector General. This report highlights, concerns with training, and my recollection, but I could be wrong, is that the Inspector General's office was conducting a review or an audit of training. And I'm particularly interested in understanding better all the specialized units and whether they're behind on training due to the pandemic or cutbacks or whatever reason. Is my recollection correct that the IG's office is working on a review of training?
Commissioner, there is some discussion of that as a future project for the OIG. It is not presently ongoing this time, but it is something we can undertake.
All right, very well. And thank you, Commissioner Briggs, for bringing it back to me. I tried to distill my remaining questions down to that. I would like to recommend, if my colleagues agree, that we ask the Inspector General to report back on the implementation of this report within whatever period of time you deem appropriate, but also to ask the Inspector General, direct the Inspector General's office to do a more comprehensive review of training to determine whether there are deficiencies in training overall due to, it could be the pandemic, personnel cutbacks, or other reasons. Thank you, Commissioner Briggs.
I will treat your request as a motion, Commissioner Decker, and I will second it. Is all in favor of that motion?
Aye.
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 The motion on the entire matter?
No, just Commissioner Decker's, what she raised.
Sure. Aye.
That carries. Thank you. With respect to the Inspector General's report, I move that we approve the Inspector General's report. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Thank you. At this time, we're going to go to item 5C, the Inspector General's report with respect to non-categorical use of force investigations. Mr. Inspector General, do you want to proceed?
Certainly not to put anyone on the spot, but as you recall, commissioners, our report came before the commission at a previous meeting. There was some requests for, I believe, a discussion with the department on one of the recommendations that we made. And I don't know if the department, if the commission has questions for us or the department about that particular matter.
So I believe,
as a matter of order, Commissioner, the department is prepared to provide a verbal response. Assistant Chief Choi is here with Captain Scott.
thank you, Chief. Chief Choi, Commander Scott.
Good afternoon, Commissioners and Chief. So the last time this report was in front of the commission, the department was asked to meet with the Office of Inspector General and develop a path forward, specifically to recommendation number 2, which was the issue of obtaining or documenting individual statements on non-categorical use of forces for all department employees, including witnessing department employees. So that was, so if you remember, 14 total recommendations from the IG's review. 13 of them, the department and the Inspector General are substantially in agreement that we have done or we are taking actions to appropriately address those recommendations. Recommendation number 2, we were still in a disagreement on steps to move forward, but we have met with the IG's office and including executive committee to discuss this recommendation number 2. Several things to consider. I won't go into the details. I'm going to ask Captain Williams to go into the details, and I'll be here to help support any questions after that. So Scott, if you can go into where the department is on recommendation number 2.
Yeah, thank you, commissioners, Mr. Inspector General. So the department stands firm that we disagree with this recommendation, and the basis for that disagreement is in that we believe that the current process in place has proven to be sufficient in the review and adjudication of non-categorical use of force investigations. The Inspector General's report notes that of the 81 cases they reviewed, 73 of them at the onset were adjudicated appropriately, and another 3 of those cases were issues were identified by CIRD, and the appropriate adjudication was met. So we're looking at about 94% of the non-cat cases that were part of this study or this audit that were ultimately adjudicated correctly. So we contend that the process is working. The reporting guidelines as they are currently constituted are appropriate. Now, we reached out to the city attorney's office to get their take on what independent statements might, I guess, what their take on it or what their opinion was with regard to it. And they also agree with the department that they believe independent statements for all non-categorical use of force cases is just not necessary. They agree that our current processes are more than adequate to accomplish the job at hand. And I'll quote, their statement or their stance is that requiring separate and individualized statements will not add much, if anything, to the investigation, while possibly providing opposing counsel with additional fodder to highlight immaterial inconsistencies. As the commission is aware, back in 2013, the Inspector General's office made this same recommendation that individual statements be part of the new use of force reporting process. And while I guess the letter of that recommendation was not codified into our policies, I do believe that the department made a good faith effort to implement the spirit of that recommendation. Now, it took 6 long years of negotiations with the league through meet and confer to get to the point where the commission adopted a revised policy that, again, included the spirit of the recommendation in that investigating supervisors of all non-categorical cases were required to independently interview each involved employee and to ensure that their account was adequately and accurately documented within the arrest report. So again, while it did not, I guess, satisfy the letter of the recommendation of the Inspector General's office, we do believe that it accomplished the spirit of that recommendation. And again, with regard to the requirement that witnessing employees also provide individual statements, the department strenuously objects to that recommendation because, as the commission is aware, any adjudication of a non-categorical or any use of force case is based upon an objectively reasonable standard of the officers involved. And so while a witnessing officer may be able to provide some context into the situation surrounding the use of force, the witnessing officer cannot provide the actual account or perceptions of the officer who actually used force, and therefore wouldn't, in our opinion, be useful in a non-categorical use of force adjudication.
If I could just add, if briefly, this recommendation in 2013 was brought before the commission prior to the delivery and implementation of body-worn video, which now the vast majority of our uniformed personnel, well, in fact, all our uniformed personnel have. It's also these are the types of cases where initial information, there's not information in dispute. If there are information in dispute, including allegations of misconduct by the arrestee or the person in which force is used, then the escalation that occurs, we believe, allows for sufficient documentation and evaluation analysis of whether or not the actions were appropriate. So to require this as a, if you will, added safeguard, we believe that the administrative impact on a workforce, it doesn't provide added value, given the cost and the benefit of this.
Thank you, Chief. Commissioner Decker.
Well, I'm surprised by the department's presentation today, to be frank. That policy was passed by the commission. We had a meeting with the executive committee, and based on that meeting, I'm surprised by the presentation. I thought we had come to an agreement on how to proceed forward, to be frank. And that's not consistent with what we heard today. Chief Choi, did I miss something?
No, you
Did
didn't.
I miss a meeting that that is inconsistent with, because we had come to a resolution on item 2?
So I was waiting for, we did, you're correct, there was no other meeting, but I was waiting for the questions and then I was gonna add my response. But so my response to your question is, we did come to an agreement on how we're gonna move forward, and that is working with the executive committee. I understand that the 2013 direction was not applied letter of the law. We also agreed in our last meeting that there is room to take incremental steps to accomplish that without causing undue burden on the department, and also working with the league to get this recommendation implemented to the extent that we can satisfy some of this, the intent behind this. Again, we believe witness officer statements should not be all the time, should not be documented. There are some exceptions. We do have an outline of a path forward, but I believe it's going to have need continued meetings with the Inspector General as well as executive committee before we present it publicly.
Okay, so just to try to summarize, because there's probably some confusion amongst my colleagues on what is happening. So, so after the last presentation, the department and the executive committee met, and Commissioner Briggs, if I leave anything out, please jump in. Same to the Inspector General. The commission in 2013, if I'm remembering correctly, passed this policy. And part of the recommendations in this current non-categorical use of force report that we received had this recommendation presented again to implement it, that it had not, from the Inspector General's perspective, had been fully implemented. The department then presented their concerns and also reflected some concerns of the union, at least from a few years ago. We, in our conversations, felt that there was room for further discussion and further advancement of this recommendation previously approved by a commission to achieve the objectives. Commissioner Briggs and I agreed to be involved in that process, and we thought it was time we could bring it back to this commission just to resolve the non-categorical use of force report we received weeks ago. Proceed forward on that, and we can come back to the full commission as we make progress on the further implementation of that particular recommendation. Commissioner Briggs and the IG, I should ask you if I missed anything, and of course, Chief Choi as well.
I think you've laid it out correctly, Commissioner Decker. My understanding was that we were going to adopt the recommendations of the Inspector General, except for item number 2, which was going to be subject to further discussions between the Executive Committee, the Department, and the OIG in order to try to work out those issues that we could.
Oh, and I would just amend that, sir, that we would adopt all the recommendations, but an amend item 2 that the executive committee will continue to work on that one.
Correct.
Mr. Inspector General, did I leave anything out?
Commissioner Decker, my recollection is as you have stated it, and only if it's, if there's interest, I know the department put forth its arguments why it was not interested in implementing that recommendation. We do respectfully refute those arguments. I'd be happy to go into that if the commission likes. I know we did so before. I'm happy to do it again if you'd like me to.
I'll leave it to my colleagues here. I'll turn it back to Commissioner Briggs to manage the meeting, but I heard that already, so I'll leave it if there's a question from my colleagues. But Chief Choi, did I leave any? I want to be fair in asking everybody who attended that meeting if I've left anything out on what our intent was.
No, I agree with what you're saying.
Okay.
We need to continue to meet and establish a process of steps moving forward to implement this.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Briggs, sir, thank you.
Thank you. I would like, since the department was given an opportunity to put on the record the reason why they did not currently agree with recommendation number 2, because it was passed 9 years ago, for the Inspector General to at least state on the record his position with regard to what was stated by Chief Choi.
Thank you, Commissioner, and I'll try to be brief in responding. So again, we do respectfully disagree with the department's position on this. With regard to the appropriate adjudication of the non-categorical use of force cases that we looked at in our report, that was largely based on what we consider to be incomplete evidence. There are statements, individual statements that were not taken because they're not required to be taken. And in my opinion, as an investigator, no matter what type of investigation you're doing, you don't want to have less evidence, or you also don't want to have evidence that is combined from one witness to another. You prefer for a proper investigation to have individual witness statements from all those who observed what happened to make your determination as to what occurred and whether it was appropriate or not. And so that's why we feel that despite an appropriate adjudication based on the available evidence, that better evidence is a better outcome for investigating these non-categorical uses of force. In addition, I know the department mentioned the conversations with the city attorney. I don't personally really see what bearing that has on the quality of internal investigations conducted into non-categorical use of force incidents. The concern with regard to conflicting evidence is something that needs to be dealt with for any potential investigation. But if that conflicting evidence helps you get more to the truth, whether it supports a one litigant's claim or side of an issue, so be it. I favor getting more to the truth. And that means getting the best evidence possible, including independent statements from all people who witnessed or were involved in a particular incident. And the last point that I think was mentioned is that supervisors conduct individual interviews in these incidents, and that sort of satisfies the requirement. If I'm not mistaken, that was happening already as a part of the consent decree. That was not anything new or changed on the part of the department. But whether that's the case or not, the concern for the OIG is that there's no documentation of that happening. There's a requirement that it happened, but there's no documentation of it. There's no ability to review it or oversee it. There's no way to determine, whether or not there are unanswered questions, further evidence that must be gathered, things that need to be followed up on, because all it says is it must happen. There's no documentation of what the outcome of those interviews are, and that's currently required. The only thing I can think of is that it was mentioned that some instances where there are indeed conflicting accounts of some sort, those are elevated to a higher level of non-categorical use of force investigation, and those are done more thoroughly. That's correct. However, those are a very small fraction of the overall numbers of non-categoricals that occur each year. And so for all those reasons and some more that we stated in our most recent report and some previous reports from the OIG in past years, we feel that it's best practice, as do organizations such as Police Executive Research Foundation, the IACP, the AELE, that it's best practice for agencies to obtain individual separate statements from all those involved in witnessing these levels of use of force.
Thank you, Mr. Inspector General. At this time, I'm going to ask whether or not any commissioners have any questions. Commissioner Bonner? Oh, sorry, Commissioner Clanche. So, Commissioner, okay. Commissioner Bonner, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, no, unfortunately, I think I have a lot of questions that I'm not going to endeavor to go through here. I would just say that that I would not be inclined to take a vote that covers the recommendation number 2 without some more clarity on really what the points of disagreement are. And at one level, I feel I could benefit from some paper just on a couple of those points, number 1. And absent that, at least, I think it would be more ripe for decision when it can be presented with more of a unified sense of really where everybody's coming from and what they think the right thing to do is. So that's all I would say, is that I would be inclined on the first example you gave, if we were embracing the report, but for number 2, I could do that. But if we're going to try to do the whole thing with some agreement to come back, I'm not quite there today.
Thank you, Commissioner Bonner. Commissioner Clanche.
I think I kind of have a similar comment. Just trying to understand or to get clarity on what we're actually voting on, and if we're voting on accepting the report minus the item 2 that's in discussion, or could we wait until we resolve it and adopt it all together? Just trying to understand procedure for this vote, or what we're trying to accomplish.
So, Commissioner Clanche, what the executive committee had discussed with the department and the inspector general was that we would adopt or accept the report and adopt the recommendations in the report, except for item number 2, which would give the department, the IG, and the executive committee more time to work that particular item out.
And then come back with that presentation.
And then come back with that to the commission, correct?
Which would, I would assume, be a separate report for adoption.
Correct.
Okay. Okay, that's fine.
Commissioner Soboroff, did you have any questions?
Yeah, I'm not quite like Commissioner Bonner. I'm not quite ready to do that unless I can hear for a minute or 2 more that items 1 through 13, other than 2, are in a position where there has been some middle ground or give and take.
I'll let Chief Choi speak to that. I believe the department has agreed to all of the other recommendations except for item number 2, which is the subject of discussion here.
Okay.
But I'll turn it over to Chief Choi.
Yeah.
Correct. Commissioner Soboroff, yes. So out of the 14 recommendations, all the recommendations other than item number 2, the Inspector General and the department have discussed them and believe that we are either implementing, have implemented, or will be implementing a satisfiable or a mutually agreeable resolution to all of those.
Okay, Chief Moore, is that your understanding as well? Based on that,
Yes.
then I am prepared to just have 2 come back to us and go ahead with the others.
Thank you. Is there any further questions? Then I will move that we adopt and approve the Inspector General's report with respect to non-categorical use of force, except for the recommendation number 2, which the executive committee of the department and the IG will continue to work on and then subsequently bring back to the commission for its adoption and approval. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
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 Motion carries. Thank you. At this time, we're going to go to item 5E. The department's report with regard to dedication to a Northeast Community Police Station building to Deputy Chief Margaret Ann York. Can we have Commander Ruby Flores come forward, please? Good afternoon, Commander Flores.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Hope you are well. Thank you. It is my honor as the department's Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Officer to present to you today on the first day of our month-long celebration of women's history in law enforcement. So what you have before you, which I know you have read thoroughly, but I believe it is important to note that this is an effort again, to not only highlight the immeasurable contributions of women and to preserve our legacies as pieces of history in this department. This is one way that we can memorialize the legacy of a trailblazer and further support the nationwide effort to raise women in law enforcement. As you know, Deputy Chief York was named our first female deputy chief by then Chief of Police Bernard Parks in the year 2000. And she ultimately retired in 2002. So one part of her career, which she is so fondly remembered by, was the fact that she was part of a all-female homicide team that was run out of Northeast area. Then that was the inspiration for the show Cagney and Lacey. And speaking with her, with Helen Kidder, and even Chief York at that time when I was able to be with her, she said that they never sought out to be trailblazers when, or even think that this TV show would take off, but it was sadly because of the fact that no one else wanted to work with two women. So I always look to say that our history and challenges and through times of crisis, there's time for opportunity. And I think that the resiliency of Chief York at that time and Helen Kidder to work hard, to prove themselves, to show that they would have like the highest filing rate with many of the cases that they investigated, I think speaks volumes to her success. So we have certainly overcome so much over the years in terms of being able to investigate all crimes and looking at, going back to investigating all crimes, regardless of gender, because it was like that at one point for women specifically to only be involved with community work or juveniles or children or mothers. So we now have women in all ranks throughout the department. But also I think in deciding or looking at the places that Chief York worked and where she contributed, Northeast area certainly was a place considered as home to her. And that's where she was a detective for many years. And I believe that this would be the best place to dedicate this police station to her. I do feel compelled to explain that this does not change the name of Northeast area itself in terms of operations, and the signage will still remain Northeast area, but the facility will be dedicated, if approved through you and the City Council, where it will bear her name on the front of the building, and within the station there will be a plaque that we will dedicate to her that will also have her photograph and her biography, which will recount her accomplishments over the many years. So with that, I thank you, and thank you in advance for your consideration for this great and historic motion.
Thank you, Commander Flores. I do view this as a a right step in history making. I think it's well past time that this recognition be afforded. I am fully supportive of it. And I'd like to ask whether or not there are any other commissioners that would like to comment and or question Commander Flores before we bring this to a vote. Commissioner Decker.
I have no questions. Thank you, Commander Flores, for bringing this forward. I had the pleasure of meeting Deputy Chief York on many occasions, a great woman who deserves this recognition. So thank you.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Any other commissioner? If not,
I just want to applaud it. I think it's wonderful.
Thank you, Commissioner Silverall. At this point, at this part, I move that we approve the department's report and transmit this to the city council. Is there a second?
Second.
Must have been made and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Thank you, Commander Flores.
Thank you so much.
At this time, we're going to go into closed session. We can open closed session at 1:25. See you there. Thank you.
The Board of Police Commissioners will now recess into closed session to discuss agenda items 6A1 and 6A2 in accordance with Government Code 54957.
The board secretary will be right with us, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Tufang.
I believe we're ready, sir, if you are.
Thank you, Mr. Tufang. Can you please read back from the closed session?
Yes, the commission has concluded its work in closed session as relates to item 6A1, officer involved shooting number 014-21. The commission unanimously on a 5-0 vote adopted the chief of police recommendations, which were tactics, administrative disapproval, 1 police officer 3, tactical debrief, 1 sergeant 1, 2 police officer 3, 1 police officer 2, and 1 police officer 1. Drawing and exhibiting in policy, 3 police officer 3, 1 police officer 2, and 1 police officer 1. Less lethal use of force in policy, 1 police officer 3. Lethal use of force in policy, 2 police officer 3s. Relates to item 6A2, officer involved shooting number 017-21. Commission on a 5-0 vote unanimously adopted the recommendations of the chief of police, which were tactics, tactical debrief, 1 police officer 3 and 1 police officer 2. Drawing and exhibiting in policy, 1 police officer 3 and 1 police officer 2. Lethal use of force in policy, 1 police officer 3. That concludes the report out.
Thank you, Mr. Tufang. There being no further business before the commission at this time, I move we adjourn. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion been made and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, everyone. See you next week.
Thank you, sir.
Bye.
Bye.